Good morning. I'm gonna try to get this replacement scan satellite out to the moon. But I never did get it set up last night before, or right after I get done, so I'm gonna see if it's got enough DV to actually get out there. I might be screwed. I took my control surfaces off of the main lifter there, so I lost control, did a bit of a victory somersault. So we're talking 1,540, which is just a little bit more than I have in the kickoff stage. And then we have 673 to use to circularize with. But I need to adjust this. I need to try and find a polar orbit. Could do it with a follow-up. I think I'll have, let's see, 1540, so I think I'll have about 150 meters a second of DV that I can use for an adjustment later on. Why can I not pull you toward the poles? Why you gotta be like that? Good morning, Anadin. Hope you're having a good weekend, dude. I wonder if I can use these. Yeah, not really. Oh, spoke too soon. Man, that's expensive, though. I may just have to go and redo the launch and scrap this one. Finally got a new bed? GG. How do you like it? What kind of bed did you go for? I got a big old California King, but it's probably about time for me to get a new bed too. Or at least add it to the list of stuff to do, you know? Whoa, whoa. Why is that so sensitive? Get back over here. Oh, you know, I forgot that this has an undo button. I'm gonna have to start making some use out of that. Very cool. Well, I hope it's comfy. Let's see if we can get that PE where we need it to. And this scan satellite, I think, operates at 250 kilometers. Pretty sure. Oh, shit. Too far. Too much. Good morning, H4. So what are you guys up to on your weekend? Any plans? Anything fun going on? I don't know what I'll be doing. I signed up for an emulator project to remake an old game that I used to love when I was a kid. So I'm kind of hoping that they accept my application so that I can give it a shot. Well, that would take care of my altitude. But I don't think I have the DV to actually go through with it. Because if I add an additional maneuver over here and circularize on top of the 1,712 for the transfer, I need another 300. So we're looking at 2,000 total. It's going to be close. It's going to be super close. I have about 2,100 plus change. Yeah, let's try it. Let's try it. Grinding levels in Fallout 4? Nice. I tried to get into Fallout 4. I really, really tried. when it came to the base building stuff, I just kind of lost interest. I had a lot of fun with it up until that point, though. I felt like, I don't know, I felt like I had more fun exploring Fallout 4 than I did Fallout 3. Doing your second run on Fire Emblem? Nice. What do you think of it, overall? Finished the Flirt one yesterday, and now it's New Game Plus. Oh, yeah, I had heard something about... So, I don't know anything at all about Fire Emblem. But I had heard that, like, marriage is involved. That's all I know. It's the extent of my knowledges. Oh, I need to activate this thing's antennas, too. Alright, so we're not exactly directly on target. Let's go ahead and let the flight computer take care of the rest of it. Well, let's go ahead and get these activated. And I can't remember which one's more powerful. I think it's the bigger one. That one's 300 megameters, this one's 100.25 gigameters. So I want the more powerful one targeting our active vessel. And then I want this one targeting the homeworld, so that I can operate as a little relay as well. So we've got about 30 minutes until the actual burn. Let's time warp through that, unless it's going to conflict with anything else. Oh, looks good. Let's go. In Fallout 4, the map is bigger, so you can, and you can sprint. You like it a lot more than Fallout 3? I really enjoyed Fallout 3. I did like that one. I don't know, I think another thing that I have a problem with is when I had a console, I would just play the absolute shit out of every game that I had. So then going to the sequels to those games later on the PC, I just have kind of a hard time getting back into them, you know? And Fallout was another one of those ones that Bethesda that kind of took over. So I overplayed the shit out of Morrowind, and that kind of ruined me for Skyrim. And then had a little bit to do with me being a bit ruined for Fallout as well, when I went and played it. They're not identical or anything, but they are similar enough, you know? You think this is a game? Yes, this is a game. We're playing some Kerbal Space Program. And hopefully we're going to do okay on it. I don't know. We've got about half a dozen asteroids that are going to collide with the planet. That's our new current main mission. The first one is going to enter the sphere of influence of the homeworld in 21 days and counting. So I'm hoping... I've never done anything with asteroids in this game, and I'm really hoping that we can rise to the challenge and at least divert them, if not capture them. What do you do in this one? Basically, it's a physics simulator. So you unlock the parts, and then you put together pretty much whatever you can come up with. And yeah, you explore other worlds, other moons. Eventually, I'm hoping to be able to add an additional star, if not multiple stars, for us to go to. But just a physics sandbox, so you're running kind of like your own SpaceX or NASA for little green men called Kerbals. And the game itself is called Kerbal Space Program. It's a hell of a lot of fun. It's one of those games that if you can get into it, it's similar to like playing with Legos when you were kids. If you could get into Legos, like there was really no end to what you could do with them, you know? Right now we're about to go ahead and stage this bottom portion here. So I gotta be a little bit careful. I gotta make sure that I staged it at the right time. And then we're gonna blow it up. It's already got an explosive planted on it. We just want to make sure that we don't leave any space debris. Okay. Activate our engines. Hopefully it doesn't blow us up. Nice, no debris. Good deal. And then we'll see how the flight computer does with the transition there. Space flights, yes. So you start out with smaller rocketry. Stuff that you pretty much just are learning, like, how rockets function. And as you go through the tech tree in this game, you unlock more and more parts that you can kind of integrate into your setup. Eventually, your initial goals are to get over certain elevations with rockets, throw parachutes on them if you want to make them recoverable. You do have a tech tree, so there's a lot of science equipment that you want to try and use. Let's go ahead and turn off our flight computer. And then it just kind of goes from there. Like, next you probably want to try to get into your first orbit. Then eventually your first encounter with one of the two moons that the Kerbals have. There's the inner one named the Mun, and the outer one named Minmus. And then after that, you have an entire solar system that you can go and explore. A lot of people like to play it kind of like a historical playthrough, where you rebuild realistic craft. You can overhaul the entire game so that it operates under real-life physics or at least, pretty close to it. And a real-sized solar system with real, launching stuff from Earth, going out to see Mars, the actual moon. Really, really a neat game. Yeah, make stories, go through an entire playthrough with, specific goals in mind. That's kind of what we're doing, too. We've got two different phases that we're going to play through. In the first one, we're mainly focusing on money and unlocking our tech tree. We want to establish, a really good tourism outfit. Oh, and I'm off a little bit on my encounter here. So let's fix that. Let's go ahead and hold prograde. And then for our second part, we're going to go into like theoretical physics and like sci-fi type technologies and use like warp drives and whatnot to go out and try to colonize other planets and exploit them for resources. Yep, all single player, so it's really anything that you can think up, you can pretty much do. When I played Astrox, which faction was the best one to start with? I think I chose the guys that rescued you for my first playthrough, and then after that, it's been a while. I'm trying to think of... Okay, so you're gonna have to go in the game and actually look. It's the faction with, if you're facing toward... Like, you have kind of a ring of stations that you can go to with gates in that very first system. If you're facing to, like, with your camera, with your back toward the center of the ring, looking at your first station, it's the next station over to the right, but I can't think of the name of it, of the faction that owns it. Great to meet you, Avina. Good morning. Mr. Maff? Good morning, sir. Some of us just like explosions, yeah. Was it Law? I think that is the one that I went for, because I was looking to get bonuses from bounty hunting. But I guess the biggest thing is to pick based on the type of mission for the playthrough that you want to do. So, like, if I was going to do mining, I would probably pick somebody, whatever faction was going to give me those contracts most often so that I could get to the higher paying contracts more quickly. So it looks like I didn't quite burn far enough, and I'm going to try to somewhat fix it with monopropellant, but I don't have a complete set of nozzles on this, so I don't think I'll be able to lock it in perfectly, and I'll probably end up doing a follow-up maneuver. Trying to see if I can get my periapsis any lower with just the nozzles that I have, and preferably into a 90-degree inclination. Called Green Harvest on YouTube, part of a video series. Oh, for KSP. I haven't seen Green Harvest yet. Might have to check it out myself. It's whichever one offered bounty hunter missions. That's all I can clearly remember. Because initially I tried a miner build, and at the time they hadn't quite fixed the a couple of kind of exploit level trading things that you could do. Like basically once you got your first chunk of money, you didn't have to do any missions anymore. You just bought stuff at stations and then sold it back to the same station, and you can make absolute bank. So the most difficult playthrough that I could come up with at the time was a bounty hunter, like combat only focused one, and that was the last playthrough that I did in Astrox. It was a lot of fun too. Definitely a lot more challenging than mineral mining. But in the end, I did have a problem that kind of started to wear on me with the time limits. Because you only have a certain amount of time before you have to have the mission completed. So if I were to accept, once I explored most of the solar system, if I were to accept multiple contracts, then I had a really hard time, like, I would finish the frickin' thing. It was turning it in that was the bitch. And so I would miss out on my second payment. So that's Duna Attacks Green Harvest. I may have actually seen that one. One of those ones with like an invasion going on and a lot of alarms going on. I really like a lot of those. There was another really cool one with somebody had made a dragon in KSP that could actually fly, and they went and got skins for all of their little curballs so that they look like Vikings and turn it into kind of an RPG. Let's see if we can afford this. 334 plus 24. Fuck. I'm gonna fall short. I need 358 and I have 367, but every time I maneuver, I'm gonna consume monopropellant. We'll try it. If I do successfully get this thing into position, we're gonna be running on an empty tank. It's gonna be super close. I'll let it take a shot at it though. Poor thing. It's not the satellite's fault. It's totally my fault. I fucked up. Oh, before I go back into the Space Center, I need to go over to our research station. We sent some photographs for our scientists to study over there. And I can't remember which one. I think it's Science Station 3 that we need to go to. I need to get them processing that, and then we should check up on Science Station number 2 as well. Hopefully. I don't know, all in all, I never really got sucked into anybody else's, like, YouTube playthroughs. I did watch a lot of Scott Manley stuff, but it was never like an entire playthrough. It was more like there were specific things that I wanted to do, or that I wanted to learn when I first started. And so I would, you know, go over and rely on Scott Manley to explain it or demonstrate, you know, getting out to, like, Evu, stuff like that, and what kind of landers he used. So, first off, we gotta find all of the... Oh, nice. First shot. Review stored data, and I want to feed all of this into our science thingy things, but I think I have to have one fully stocked with people first. So let's set that aside. This little transport is plumb full of scientists. And these are Mark III 6-person science laboratories. So let's fill one of them up. And then I think I should have this access to that bottom button there. Could be wrong. I like it. It wasn't our first design, but I had a problem with the Netherdyne University part that I was using in our first design. And this seems to be the highest capacity, what do you call it? Research lab that I have access to at the moment. Being able to fit 6 people. So the Netherdyne University is a much larger piece of equipment, but it was supposed to hold 8 people. I just wasn't able to actually use the part. It would only give me 0 science when I fed it experiments. So we instead of doing a 16-person station, we went with a 24-person station, and we're going to use 4 6-person laboratories rather than 2 8-person laboratories. So hopefully it'll work out. But I do like the final product. And it's also a hotel, so we should be able to get paid to bring tourists up to this, if we ever need money. So now that I've done that, keep all of these, and let's see if we can pull them up again, and if we can actually start to process them. Keep all those. I want you to start research. I want to review stored data again. There we go, baby. And we're just going to feed all these right into that laboratory. So these are all just photographs. By the time they're finished processing, they'll be worth about between 70 and 90 science apiece, depending on the photograph. And how are we looking on total data? We've got it about a third full. We have a data limit of 1,000 data. So I need to get more shit for them to study, honestly. We do have some other stuff that we can do here with the people that we have, so let's observe... Oh, have I already done that? Oh, I have to move a person into it, that makes sense. Let's move an extra scientist down into here. We're going to study plant growth. Or observe plant growth. Oh wow, that one's worth 225 by the time it gets done. Excellent. Let me also make sure that all of our agroponics and life support is enabled. I'm pretty much positive that I double-checked that before, but just in case, right? No, looking good. Okay, let's also do a crew report. And we do have a couple of biomes that we could do an EVA report on, but I think that we're going to do that as a separate mission. Do a crew report, though. And we could do just one EVA. Oh, telemetry report. That was the third one that I was thinking of. And to do that one, we need a probe core. So I have one in this little bay here. Can I just open that bay? Not really. It's going to clip into my solar panels if I do, so I'm going to have to clip my view into this little compartment and try to find the damn thing. Oh, I see it right there. Telemetry report. Oh, that one's only worth 20. Oh well. Better than nothing. Angus is doing great. He had an infection in his jaw a long time ago. I think it was last, December. So he had to go in for surgery, and now he's back to his big fat pain in the ass self. He is about to get a haircut and his nails clipped, though, so I don't know if he's gonna think that he's doing very great. Probably tomorrow on my first day off, because today's my Friday. I can't think of anything else. Oh wait, we can move. Let's move this guy from here up into one of these, and I think there's another experiment that he can do inside of those, in the viewing cupola. Visual scan. Excellent. Another 90. So where does that leave us? Almost half full. The closer we are to full on this, the higher our science rate per day will be. So excellent. And then Bob doesn't really have anything else to do until we fully stock this research bay. So I'm just going to move him back down into the transport over here. We've got another 6 guys in the transport just waiting for something to do. Now that we have that done, let's actually go over to our other science station, because this one may have some more things that we can transmit over to this station. Let's go over to science station number 2. Thought Angus was a child? Nope, just an expensive, monstrous kitty cat. Yeah, he'd have pretty major surgery on his face there. After that, lost a couple of teeth, so now he's a funny smile. That's Angus right there. Big old huge Maine Coon. He's about the size, like volume-wise. He's not as dense, so he doesn't weigh as much as our Scotty dog, but size-wise, he's just about as big as our Scotty dog. He's more fluffy, though. Got a big old gut. Looks like a fuzzy basketball with a head. And a big old tail. So this is a station that's completely devoted to a mod called Station Science. And right now we have a fully stocked. We have 6 different experiments that are on this little probe here. And they're designed to go ahead and re-enter separately from the transports. Brought everybody up in 2 different transports. We did have to do a little work on it after I launched it. We had to weld on some adapters over here so that I had enough docking ports for the experiments. And I want to check on the progress here. I think it operates in the background, but I'm not sure. So we can finalize the results of this experiment. It looks like that one's done. Oh shit, they might all be done. Excellent. Very cool. Okay, let's go ahead and finalize them. And that just makes it into an experiment that we can do whatever we want with. So, if I just recover this experiment, I'm going to get 75 science just for this one experiment. But at the moment, I think it's more important for us to send them over to our science station. And I see that we have a very low transfer limit. I still am not exactly sure how I increased that. Like, maybe you need direct line of sight. I don't know if I'm losing some of our data because I'm bouncing it off of satellites or what. So I wonder if it would be smarter for me to wait for these to be within direct line of sight of one another, because right now they're on opposite sides of the planet. See, there's the science station that we want to send it to, and we're all the way over here. But they are in roughly the same orbit, so it would take several days for this one to actually align with the other. I think I'm gonna fucking transmit it anyway. Even though we get a little bit screwed on the transmission. And we'll try a follow-up one and we'll see if we can make up for it with another experiment. I'm just going to finalize and transmit all of these over there, and then we'll go and clean the experiments, and we'll start to do another one. And then our final one, we'll just bring it home. And then we'll be able to get that, I don't know, it looks like it's going to be around 500 science by the time we bring it home. Maybe more. These definitely have varying recovery amounts. Well, interesting. That one had a higher percentage for the transmission, so yeah, I have no idea what the fuck's going on. Well, I shouldn't have anybody left over in this thing. Nope, looks like it's empty. So I do have the doors facing outward. Let's see, let's have Sanjo go ahead and do an EVA, and we're gonna clean those experiments. Mr. Sanjo. Let's get his light turned on. We're just gonna move on down there. Yeah, he's got the same problem. It's not as bad this year, but I want to shave him before it starts to get chilly at all, you know? Might as well do it while it's still pretty hot out. I totally forgot last week, but I think tomorrow it's gonna happen. I don't remember clearly if Sandro volunteered or if he was conscripted. He might not know that he's part of this. Uh-oh. I hope I can clean these experiments to rerun them. There we go. Restore media. Excellent. I definitely don't want to accidentally hit disassemble part, so I'm trying to be nice and stable when I hit restore there. Yeah, but then he's gonna eat the baby oil when he cleans himself. What I need to do is get like a 5-gallon bucket of detangler and just dunk his ass in it. But even then, I don't know if it would matter, because he's, I mean, he's shedding all that extra hair, so I gotta get it off of him somehow. Seems like shaving's the better way to do it than the brush at this point, though. I tried the brush, and it worked out really well on like his upper back, like by his spine. It's his sides now where he's got a bunch of mats. So yeah, we're talking about Mr. Angus and giving him a haircut tomorrow. How's work going, baby? Why can I not restore this one? I'm definitely close enough. I can restore that one. Are you broke? Oh, okay. It's just gonna be finicky. Let's see if I can get this stable. There we go. Just trickier. Okay. Let's get this guy back inside. Now I don't want to leave the station in the dark here. We may actually be able to finalize an additional set of results. Feed him coconut oil. Ooh, try it. Well, not feed it to him, but brush him with it. I don't know, it seems like it hurts him, you know? When we're brushing out the mats. He really does not like it. He'll warn me a lot of times before he bites me. But he doesn't put up with it for very long. I think it's better just to corner his ass in the bathroom. I've got a really good set of ceramic bladed clippers that are supposed to be really quiet, and they don't heat up as much, so I don't think he likes it, but I think just giving him a haircut once a year is the way to go. Alright, and let's get all these started again. Hopefully we'll be able to transmit them over to our other station multiple times to duplicate the research projects and get more data out of it overall. But it'll take a little while, and let's see how we're doing on supplies too. How we doing on kibble for the zoology bay? Not too bad. We consumed about 10% of it so far. And then as far as life support supplies, we've got enough for about 2 months. We have 70 days worth of supplies. I think that's this station. Science Station 2, pretty sure. And 131 over on the other one. So we're looking pretty good, and people are nice and comfy. Now, we do have a cyclotron that we're using to generate quarks. And it consumes a hell of a lot of power, so I definitely don't want to switch off of this station again until it's out in the sun. Switch time warp a little bit. Get it out in the sun and give it a second for its solar panels to go ahead and track. Make sure that it's generating electricity. Work's going lovely. Nice. Pet Sematary was an odd movie. That shit scared the crap out of me when I was a kid. When I first watched it. I don't think I ever watched any of the sequels. I think I've only seen the first one, but that little kid, oh my god. Creepy AF. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we're generating power. I have had kind of a problem with them, so I'm just going to time warp for a second. Just to make absolute sure that they're spot on and that they're generating power. And then let's go back over to the other research station real quick. On the other side of the world and get them processing that new data that we sent them. And then I think we're going to work on some interstellar probes. I want to do some flyby probes. I don't know if I have adequate radiators or efficient enough engines to go to Moho. But I think we can go to Eve, and I'm pretty sure we can get to Duna. Yeah, the movie was definitely creepy. The book was worse, for sure. I was pretty young, so I watched the movie before I read the book. Oh, I guess we could clean that experiment too, just while we're here, but we don't get anything for it. Nice, it looks like it's going to send all the data into this this piece here from now on. Holy moly! We can get 585 science. Let's see, it looks like it'll take about 10 days to just research this one thing. Jackpot, though. Those are worth a lot when we're done with them in the science lab. And I don't know if we can do it again after we process this. Hopefully. I just want to make sure that we didn't have any overflow, any science that's gone into another one. So we're 818 out of 1,000. We're nearly full. We're now, we went from 25 science per day up to 45 science per day. So it looks like if we were able to fill all of them, we'd be able to get up to about 50 science per day per lab. So this thing should, if we can fill it up, generate about 200 science per day. And then if we need more than that, if we get it all full and we still have more data to feed into one of these, we'll probably launch either another copy of this or redesign it and put it out at one of the moons or something like that. Use it for one of our moon hotels. But I am happy. Let's go down to the Space Center real quick. Oh, there's a new version, huh? I did not know that there was a new version of Pet Cemetery. Yeah, definitely age 4. Especially Stephen King books. Although I do have to confess, when I was younger and read them, a lot of them I was pretty damn confused on. For the vast majority of it. Like Langoliers. I had no idea what the fuck was going on until the end of it. Do we have any missions that we want to take too? Gather surface-deployed seismic sensor science from the surface of the moon. That's the one experiment that I won't be doing because I hear that it's got a bit of a bug. We do have contracts to take people up to our hotels and to our science stations. Why do these guys want to visit a transport? I think I may have broken some of my contracts somehow. Ooh, and the space camp. We should get that going too. That'll be an entirely new station for us to put up. That one's going to be a little bit trickier. These guys, we have a whole boatload of people. 15, 13, 14... 16 and 15, so let's just round off to 15, so 30, 60, 75 people need to be able to fit in that station, and they need to be able to stay up there comfortably for 40 days at a time. So we're going to need a lot of resources for it, and a pretty damn big transport if we want to put them all up there in one group. I definitely do not have a 75-man transport designed. And I don't think I don't think I've ever done a 75-person transport in KSP. So that would definitely be a big one. I don't see any other contracts that I'm really interested in, though. Maybe these guys, where we pay money for them to search the skies. I think I will start them. Let's do that one. Using the observatory at the Space Center will conduct long-term research task of the celestial body. So I think that's going to be about the same thing. Let's go for that. Must have a telescope part with the module track bodies on your vessel. Vessel must be in an orbit above 200 kilometers. Telescope will search the skies for 90 days. I think we have all that. I think we can take that and that'll work out. And I don't know how to tell if they're actually working though. Oh, I guess it does have a timer. So as long as the timer is counting down, we're probably okay. But I don't think time passes in the mission control. I could be wrong. So let's step out of it and we'll pull up Capcom. We'll look at active contracts and see if the timer's going down. Oh, I forgot that we needed a cacti wide field observation of Eve. We might be able to do that now. Somebody gifted you Galaga? That's awesome. I haven't played that since, like, Atari. Been a hot minute. Search the skies. Oh, I guess this one doesn't have the same timer. Uh-oh. All I have to do is start the contract. Okay. And then wait a certain amount of time. I don't know. Hopefully they're working. I don't see it counting down. Time should be progressing. Do I have to close it and reopen it to see if time is actually counting down? Shit. I don't know if those actually work, to be honest. I usually don't use them, but right now I've got kind of a bug with our telescope. Let's go and do a test flight. Let's launch another one and see if it has any upgrades, but I don't think it's going to. My upgrades for the telescope don't seem to be in the tech tree. You were 9 when it released? I don't think I was around. I mean, so my dad was kind of a gaming nerd growing up, and I got all of his, like, hand-me-downs. So I think when he got his... I don't remember what the hell he got when I got his Atari. Maybe a Nintendo, like the original Nintendo. Then he just gave me the Atari, and I wasn't allowed to play the Nintendo, but I was allowed to play all the Atari I wanted. And then I think eventually he got a computer, and that's when I got his Nintendo. And it pretty much went like that all through growing up until I got my first computer. Yeah, you know, I don't think this is actually going to work. I don't think I'm going to even do a test flight for it, because if I don't have 1981, so it came out a year before I did. Nope, the first one that I got as a hand-me-down was just a regular Nintendo. That Nintendo's still kind of in the family. My grandpa stole it. And he still plays it, as far as I'm aware. Or he did for a while. I still had all of our games that we had growing up, and it was out in the storage unit, and I'm pretty sure Grandpa went out and snagged it. So I had Atari, we had Amiga, we had the original Nintendo. Eventually we did get a Super Nintendo, but that was like a shared Christmas gift between me and my brothers. We all got our own Super Nintendo. I think it had only been out for about a year. It's pretty cool. And then I think after that was about the time that I started getting into... Oh, no, and then I had a Sony PlayStation, the original, like, Sony PlayStation. And somewhere along the line, I also had a Sega Genesis. And then I got my first computer. And then eventually an Xbox, like the original Xbox. Trying to find... Maybe it's just easier to find it in orbit. I need the Proto, which was misnamed. I should rename it. I want to try to scan for additional bodies with this. I was going to launch a new one, but since I don't have any of the upgrades in the tech tree, I don't think a new one's going to do us any good. So I think in the end what I'm going to end up having to do is just send these out into deep space. I know a few people that really enjoy retro games. Thy Lord Root here on Twitch plays like Metroid and a bunch of old retro games. We went to hang out with him a little while ago, I think last week, right before my days off. And he also does Kerbal Space Program. I highly recommend that you guys click the link and throw the man a follow. He actually does a really cool thing where you're allowed to submit your builds. He'll go through his contracts, and if you're interested in taking the contract that's available, he'll accept the contract, and then you just give him your craft file. You design the craft, give him your craft file, and he goes and launches it and uses it to fulfill the contract. Really a neat way to play it. So this is a fairly basic piece of equipment, and I don't think we're going to get lucky, but it's totally worth a shot. Let's see if we can ping anything new. Because right now everything's hidden from us until we find it with a piece of equipment like this, and then it'll become an unknown body that we have to take photographs of, and then eventually we'll figure out what its orbit is. But I don't think that it's powerful enough without its upgrades to find anything out in deep space. Run them on a Raspberry Pi with an emulator. Oh, very cool. Closest I ever got to anything like that was like DOSBox. And there was another program, I think it was called like Slow-Mo or something like that, because the timing of modern day CPUs is so high compared to back then that the games are like totally unplayable. Unless you use an extra program to slow it all down and make it work. I was actually talking to Lindsay in Discord the other day about an old game. Do you guys remember Scorched Earth? It's kind of like a first version of, oh, what's the name of the modern day one? Worms. Where you just have like a horizon line drawn across the screen, and you have little tanks, and you pick an angle and a power and try to launch your little weapons. You all take turns launching weapons, trying to win. Played it so much, me too. My neighbor across the alley when I was a kid had it, and I hadn't heard about it until going over to their house and seeing it. And then me and my little brothers would play the shit out of it, or we'd go over to the neighbor's house and play them. Mervs, napalm, yeah. I had a really bad habit of using the big old nukes and destroying everything, though. I wasn't very good at the game. I was pretty young. It's on a website somewhere. I think that Lynn's found it. I know that she found like a modern day version of it. I would think that it was GOG, but I didn't actually catch where she found it. Looks like it's on the wish list. Oh, DOS Games Archive apparently has it. And I don't know if that would count as abandonware. There's old like, I went through kind of a period where I did go and revisit a lot of old abandonware games that I really enjoyed. They're free. They work on any kind of computer that you have if it's got a monitor connected to it. But not all games really qualify. Yeah, I'm not getting any luck out of that. So we'll just go back into the Space Center. Actually, damn it, I should have gone just out to the map. Let's go into the tracking station. I want to see where Eve is right now relative to us. I want to see if we can fulfill that contract and take a take a Hubble photograph of Eve right now. It might be safe. It definitely wasn't safe before. The sun was right next to it, and that one's very sensitive, so we blow up our lens if it's exposed to sunlight. Then, should we work on interstellar probes? Should we start to design a way to at least divert the asteroids that are going to collide with the with Kerbin here? Or should we start working on deep space cameras? Look at all those asteroids. Oh, dude, we could totally take a photo of Eve. Okay, so let's go over to our cacti telescope. Start working on saving the homeworld. We do have like 21 days, so we can definitely do all 3 of those projects at once. But we know that we have several very big asteroids on their way in to hit us. And I would really like to capture them. But if nothing else, I'll settle for just being able to get them to miss us. And I was kind of thinking about it. I wonder if the tax self-destruct can be used to destroy an asteroid. Our little bombs that we use for our stages that we're dropping off. I'm curious. Alright, well, it looks like it's in pretty good shape. Let's let the solar panels get in position. And we're going to want to be blocked from the sun by the homeworld when we go for this photo. This one, thankfully, does have a cover, and they call it an aperture, but that's not the aperture. I don't know what you call the cover on a camera or telescope. We could try to land it. I think I would rather have it in kind of a high orbit though, and use it for try to exploit it for resources. But there's a shit ton of them, so I mean, we could just take it one step at a time. If we can get it into a stable orbit, then maybe someday we could set it down on the ground. Oh wow, we can take the photograph right now, I think. And I'm going to want 2 of them. Actually, we should do a whole round of photographs if we can. And send them over to that research station, since we have 6 more people that are waiting for something to do. Oh, you're absolutely right. I'm stupid. It's all the camera's not zoomed in at all, dummy. You're right, camera. Process data. Let's send the first one over to Science Station 3. And we'll send the other one home to finish off that contract. And then we want to quickly close our aperture, our cover. So this one is a little bit different than the other camera that we used, in that it has to actually have the whatever we want to take a photograph as the target. I can't just manually go and point it at shit and take photos. So I do have to change my view over and set whatever we've already discovered as the next target. But I bet we can get a boatload of data for the science station with this thing. Maybe even enough to fill up the second lab and get our next 12 guys up onto the station. So right now it's only half staffed. Hopefully don't break it. Trying to go quick. Thankfully, we were able to zoom in far enough. I think we may have a third lens unlocked already that we can come and install on this. And I really don't have a whole lot of faith in us being able to take a photograph of Moho. Duna is a maybe, though. Let's try Duna. But if I open that aperture when this is out in sunlight at that close of an angle toward the sun, I'm just going to blow up our lens. Should be super awkward. I may have to make a practice pass on this one to see if I am actually going to be able to get the photo. Right now, we're pointing right at the surface of the homeworld. We're totally blocked from line of sight, but we're pretty fucking close from being out in the sun. And I'm thinking that we'll have just a moment here where I can take one. But if I delay too long and we do get out into the sun, we are boned. I'll try to let it stabilize before I even open the aperture. And I'm using my solar panels. They'll start to reposition themselves right before we get out into the light. If those start to move, I have to make sure that this aperture is closed. And I think that Duna has a moon, doesn't it? Ike? We kind of lost our texture there. Because I think we fully researched it. We've already taken several photographs with a much less sensitive telescope. Okay, how we doing on power? This thing is very power hungry. Not too good. We're down to about a quarter power. So without opening the aperture... Oh, nice! We finally got Ike's orbit. So we haven't fully researched Ike yet, but we did hit a milestone in our research, so we were able to figure out its orbit. I don't think I'm going to be able to do Moho, but let's go ahead and select it as a target. Let's see how it looks. We might be able to. We're cutting it so close, though. I'm just waiting for these things to start twitching on me. Ooh, close the aperture. I can see the damn sun. Oh, man. That would have been so bad. Maybe if I have it selected as the target ahead of time, we're going to have to remain very, very diligent and pay extra close attention to where the sun is. So we got Eve, we did get Moho, or sorry, we did get Duna, and we got the moons of both. Let's see if Jewel is going to be far enough away from it that we're going to be protected. I don't think that I set my target properly. Set target. Well, we could try it. Me destroying the lens has never happened. Oh, I'll never live that down. So my first time trying this, I get it up there, and I just got done talking about how sensitive the lens is. I have the aperture open, and we take a photograph, and then I go out to the map view, forgetting to close the aperture, the cover here, and I select my new target. And both targets, like this target is probably safe. The next one was totally in the opposite direction and should have been totally safe. I get one photograph, and then I set my target without disabling SAS, and the fucking thing swings over and blows the lens up right away. This one might be okay. Let's try it. If we do blow it up, we gotta bring up another lens. If we don't blow it up, we get a photograph. Ooh, baby. We got 2 photographs that we can get here. And it doesn't look like I'm actually going to get any science for the second one, so let's just discard that for now. Let's see if we can get any moon pictures here, too. I don't want to zoom in too far. There may be things that I can see from here that we haven't discovered yet, and I don't want to spoil anything. You know, this whole time I thought that Jewel had 4 moons that we discovered. We've actually pinged 5. So we definitely have some more photographs that we can get with our other telescope. I think it's this one that I can see peeking out the... Oh no, it must be Lathe. Yeah. Yeah, right back there. Let's see if we can zoom in far enough to get a photo. Perfect. Now, even though we already have Lathe completely, all of our Lathe photograph science exhausted, we can still send it over to the research lab. So this is totally going to be worth it. And then let's go for Val. There's a one more step in the lenses that I need to get. And then, because some of these I may not even be able to get a photo of. If they're too tiny and they're too far out, then we're boned. And I'm at, like, max zoom, so there's nothing I can do about it. At least I think I am. Yeah, we're definitely at max zoom. The data for this telescope, even though it's only single use, the total data that we get is really high. These are all worth a lot of science. So if we're lucky, we'll be able to max out 1, if not 2 more of our research labs. Maybe. A little Bop there. I don't know if we'll be able to take a photo of Bop. I'm gonna have to let it stabilize a bit more. Let's see if I turn off RCS if it is a little bit more accurate. It's very sensitive. Ooh, I don't know. Oh, nice! We were able to get a photo of it. Excellent. It seemed like that would be too far away, but apparently we can use it. Wow, we're getting orbits for all of these. We've taken so many photos now. And I'm going to leave RCS off to see if it's any more stable. It's going to take longer for it to reorient, but very, very subtle movements when we're taking a telescope that's pointed at a planet and just barely having to move it so that we can focus in on its moons. Yeah, I don't know if that's more stable, but it'll do. Let's open up our aperture and try and get a motion shot. Nope. Can't zoom in far enough, so I'm not going to be able to get anything from pole there. Okay, what next? Edna maybe, but I think the homeworld's going to be in the way. Moho maybe later. Let's go for Lindor out here. We do have a docking port on the back of it, so we should be able to take one of our crew transports and send it up here if we wanted to swap that lens out. Or if we have to swap the lens out if I fuck it up and destroy it. Should be able to take care of it. Go ahead, stabilize, you'll be fine. I am really excited to be able to try out that text-based game again, though. I keep finding myself, like, eyeing over to Discord, where I had to put in an application, and I was honest with them, like, I haven't played a game like that in, like, 20 years, so they might not accept my application, because I didn't lie to them or anything. I'm like, I might like it, I don't know, I just want to look around and see if I can get into it, you know? But I didn't want to go and tell them, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna, you know, play 40 hours of it a day, because I play a lot of fucking video games. And I've got a fairly extensive list of stuff that I want to play too, so... But, you know, a little bit of a matter of timing, and a little bit of a matter of just the fact that I haven't played a text-based game since Darkness Falls. I did try a game called, I think it's called Achia? Or something like that. And I think that one's still going. Unfortunately, like, one of my favorite book series is the Discworld books. And I didn't know that the same company that does Achia had a text-based, like, Discworld game going. I didn't actually find out until they sent out a mass email to everybody that was signed up for the site saying that they were shutting it down. I'm like, fuck! I could have walked around and read about it. But I didn't particularly like Achia. I think the biggest problem that I had was you don't actually, like, own anything in that game. You kind of rent it. Like, it's really geared toward fucking you over, money-wise. And I can kind of understand it. They do offer something that you can't generally find. But I don't know, it sucked. Like, if you spend real money in that game, you get an item that you can keep for, like, a certain amount of time, like 3 months or 6 months or whatever. And then the items that you buy in the game, outside of the standard items, those are the same way. Like, they deteriorate over time. And I didn't like that at all. It gives it kind of a pay-to-win feel, on top of knowing that you're, you know, only renting to win. Oh, we're using, so we're not using Nightbot, we're using the Streamlabs chatbot. This thing? That one? And this one, you go and make a bot account. Like, you just make, I had to make Dandroid an account on Twitch. And then I have the client here go and log into that account. And then it does everything that we're telling it to do through that account. It's a little fiddly, kind of, like you have to log into it every 30 or 60 days, but it is really handy. I used Nightbot for a long time until it stopped showing up for work. I'm sure it's a hell of a lot more stable now. We're talking like 5 or 6 years ago. It was Nightbot and MooBot. No, you can do it under the same email. You just have to make a new account for your bot. The hard part was figuring out a name. Was it Lindsay? I think it was Lindsay suggested Dandroid for our bot account name. And then I found it very ironic when I was making that account. It's got one of those CAPTCHA, you know, are you a bot things? And I felt a little conflicted lying to it because, you know, it is a bot account. But the irony there was it took me about 2 hours to get through the fucking CAPTCHA. I just couldn't do it right. Like, you have to pick out, like, street signs on different pictures, and then it gets more pictures up there, and if you hit the button saying, okay, I'm done, and you missed one of the street signs, or you picked something that it didn't think was a street sign, then you have to wait a certain amount of time before you can go and do it again. I was kicking my ass all night trying to make a fucking bot account. Finally got it, though. They're like, are you human? And I'm like, how do I answer that? I'm a human. This account is totally not going to be for a human, though. Did we get Edna? I don't think we got Edna. And it's relatively close, so let's let's do that one. And then what are we working on next? Edna, I don't recall getting Drez. I think Moho's gonna be the last one that I try. That way if I do destroy the lens, it shouldn't matter all that much. So I think we just need Edna and Drez. Ooh, I might not have enough time here. Edna might be blocked. Oh, no, we do have a clear line of sight. Good deal. And we can totally see a moon out there, too. Trying to only zoom in as far as I have to be able to see the unknown object and set it as my target. I don't want to spoil anything. Ooh, Dak's pretty small, though. Yeah, I won't be able to zoom in far enough with this lens to be able to get any data from Dak. Bummer, dude. Oh well. So we'll go for Drez. What's your second favorite book? All growing up, my favorite book series was Xanth. And I didn't know about Discworld until like a couple of years ago, and I immediately fell in love with it. Love the humor of it. I didn't actually read any of the Discworld ones. That was all audiobooks. Because the job that I was working at, you just bored out of your goddamn mind if you don't listen to audiobooks or music. And I was kind of on an audiobook kick at the time, so stumbled upon Discworld and through whatever the hell the Amazon audiobook thing is, and absolutely loved it. Ended up having to buy all of them. It was really good. Dark Towers. Definitely sounds familiar. Can't think of it off the top of my head, though. Probably a book that I read when I was younger, though. Another cool thing about having kind of a nerdy dad, he had a really good collection of fantasy novels. And the, what do you call it? The Stephen King novels that I read when I was a kid, those were my dad's books. So that's where I found out about like Xanth and Magic Kingdom for Sale and all the Lord of the Rings stuff. But Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit he read to me when I was much younger kid. That was like our bedtime story stuff. He would come in and read The Hobbit, and then I really liked The Hobbit, so he started Lord of the Rings. And I can't off the top of my head think of any of the others, but he read a lot of books to me. I think he may have read me the Shannara series too when I was younger. It's a parallel world book written by Stephen King, and it's 7 books long. Definitely isn't ringing any bells, so I don't know if I have read it. Would you mind sending me a whisper and just reminding me of the name of it? Yeah, I'll go and look for it. I think we have similar enough tastes that I would probably like it. How do I know I didn't get turned into a robot? Oh man, being a robot would be awesome. If you didn't have to eat and sleep anymore, wouldn't that be great? Can you imagine the shit that you could get done in a day if you were just 24/7 able to go? Audible, there we go. Oh yeah, definitely. Send me the Audible link. I haven't really listened to audiobooks recently, now that I don't work there anymore, but I sure do enjoy them. Might be a fun thing to just put up on my weekend or something. Alright, I'm gonna try it. Right now we're pointed at the home world here. We do not have direct line of sight. We're getting there, though. It's time warp a little bit. I'm gonna blow this fucking lens up. Oh, shit. Is that the sun right there? No, it can't be. Unless there's 3 of them. I'm leaving the aperture open so that I can just snap this shit as soon as I get direct line of sight. Oh, it's 8 books long? Nice. Oh no, I closed the aperture and the little screen went away. Oh, okay, I didn't even need that. Close the aperture. And Moho doesn't have a moon, does it? I wouldn't think so. If it does, it's not one that we've discovered, so... Yeah, and the, just kind of a side effect of the telescope mods that we're using is that as we gain more information about these, for some reason they lose their skin. They lose their surface textures and features until we go... I think we just need to go out of the map view and back in, but I may have to actually go back into the Space Center. Yeah, it looks like I'll probably have to go back into the Space Center. But it should correct itself next time we look at it. Yeah, you're not kidding at all, Lith. You imagine just how much more comfortable life would be if you didn't have to pay for food anymore? That would be fucking amazing. And I don't think we're gonna have a whole lot of luck going for Mimnus, but let's see if we can get the Mun, too. Choose to go to the moon. That's right. And then later on we choose to try and save it from asteroids, because I think one of them is gonna hit our asteroids, too. Or gonna hit our moon, too. Still gotta reboot sometimes? True, true. One would hope that we would, if we were androids, we would have better technology than we have in our home PCs. And I know that my home PC, with all of its solid-state drives, sure boots quickly. I could live with that. You would have to pay for electricity. That is true. And it is kind of a premium product, too. I think it would still come out ahead, though. Depending on where you live and what the rate of electric was at the time. Alright, I think that's it for this thing. Let's go back over to our science station that we've been sending all of our stuff to. Yeah, you'd almost have to go solar, wouldn't you? Set up some batteries in the basement like one of them prepper people. Just big old battery banks to store your power and then try to live off of just your solar. Oh, once you paid them off though, be sitting pretty. That's the one I want. Science station number 3. Shit, and it's over in the dark. Solar panels are expensive, definitely. I suppose that would definitely be another draw when you pick out a house, though. Go for a house that already has solar panels, you know, so that you can bundle it into your mortgage. Be a little bit trickier if you didn't have good credit to finance the loan to install it yourself. But it is getting better. Solar power is definitely getting cheaper. I know quite a few people that have sprung for it are in my area. Living in hot places would make you a little bit less intelligent. That's true. You wouldn't be able to process as fast, would you? And who knows, maybe you'd be prone to overheating. Yeah, you'd definitely be screwed in a power shortage if you didn't have your own method of electricity. I'm already bored to death when the power goes out. Oh no! Will these not process for data? Oh, they will, but only some of them. Okay. I need to keep an eye on our data, because we are very, very close to filling this thing up. So that'll be an additional 112. Okay, so I want to move our next set of guys out into another one of these. Send Mr. Bob in first. followed by Sewald, followed by Erebo. We should have a full crew. Yeah, we do. And then we need to get 12 more people up here for the other ones. Because I don't want to waste any data. And I want you guys to all start research. Is that all 6? Why do I only see 5? Did I leave that other dude in here? Or down here? Oh shit, did I lose somebody? I may have misplaced an employee. I see Willow, Mito, Januki, Arubo, and Sewald. Where the hell did my other guy go? Not in there. Not in here. Uh-oh. Oh, it was Bob. Somehow he ended up in the habitat there. Get your ass over here. New work, dude. Kidnapped Android and replace him with Nightbot. I think we would notice. The Android is definitely a lot less harsh when it comes to using caps and whatnot. Okay, cool, yeah, it's putting all of our data from the rest of these photos into this laboratory. So we're up to 304. Aw, damn, and none of those are worth anything. Aw, bummer, I only got it a third full. Well, shucks, I was really hoping for better, but eh. Be way cheaper than food to pay for power? I would think so. I would think so. Depending on where you're from. Actually, if you want to grab Streamlabs chatbot and make an account, I can help you out with it, with getting your first commands in and kind of a little walkthrough. It's really freaking handy. And you can give people editor rights, like Private Paula, one of my mods, can go and add commands just through the chat for the most part. There's a few things that I have to do through the bot, what do you call it, the control panel itself. But like our conversion charts for Celsius to Fahrenheit, stuff like that, you can just add through the chat if you have editor rights. So I don't think I want to send 12 more people up to this quite yet, but I do think that we need to get a hopper probe, something that can go out and, oh, we could maybe even use our rover. I wonder if we can use our science rover. Because we do have the Bon Voyage mod, but I haven't really tried it yet. I kind of half-assed tried it one day. Maybe we could get a crew of people to drive around and grab samples for us to send up to the station. It's definitely faster to make a hopper probe or just a landing probe, but might be able to use a rover for it. Robots aren't sentient and therefore are not a citizen. Oh yeah, so you would get out of paying bills and taxes? I don't know if that's how it works. Pretty sure even if you're not sentient and don't count as a citizen, if you own a property and it's in your name, I'm fairly certain they're still going to tax your ass for it. Not when they pass the Turing test? There you go. Oh man, the conspiracy theories in that movie. Even amongst the actors and the director and the writers. Nobody really knows. What was that? Blade Runner, wasn't it? Or at least one of them that mentioned it. The person that built you owns your property? Yeah. Was it the cheese car? I think that was one of our science cars. Let's see. Yes. This was definitely one of the science cars. Can you run an RPWS on the surface? Because this is an old enough version of the science car that I think we might have some more experiments that we can add to it. Yeah, I don't see an albedo of neutrons. We definitely didn't have a chem at the time. What else do we have that we didn't have back then? Oh, I don't have the wide field camera 3, the more powerful lens for the cacti telescope yet. I've only got 1 and 2. That's an atmospheric test and we already have that installed. Don't need an air park drive for this. Don't need a telescope. The exocore drill, I'm using the SSTU, what do you call it, surface sample collector. So we don't need that one. We've already got the gravioli detector, I believe. Yep, right here. We could update this and get rid of the mystery goo containment and the radial material bay and go to a more advanced version. Let's see what the cost is for the one that we're using. It's only 1,200. I don't think that upgrade is worth doing. We also have better legs. Oh shit, I see a fatal flaw in this though. I have an issue with this airlock. I've had people disappear getting into it before, so I'm trying to avoid it. I'm not sure what the hell's going on with that, but it's happened. Surface scanner? I don't think we have one anywhere on here. I'm gonna have to add them to the bottom just to make sure they're in the center, and then just move them into place. And I don't know if this one's actually going to do us any good without a scanner up in orbit. When used while landed on a planet or moon, the sample data gathered can be used to increase the accuracy of orbital survey scanners. LED indicates operational status. Ah, fuck it, we'll add it anyway. Surface ablation laser. Nope, we don't have one of those yet. And I wonder if it can do its deed from up here. Oh, it's upside down, I think. Okay, let's test it. Yeah, it's upside down. Okay, that should work just fine. It does look a little bit jank, though, where I have it. I think I'm going to put it on the back. Let's attach it to this part, and then we'll move it into position. Because if I attach it over here, I'm pretty sure it'll be kind of off to the side, like at an angle. Yeah, oddly enough, the text does go in upside down on that one. The little danger thing. And what else do we got? The hill is a medium scanning arm. Oh, that's part of the DLC. Okay. Creating a larger version of their previous scanning arm, duplicating their heroic feat for twice-in-a-lifetime scientific accomplishment. The medium scanning arm incorporates a third instrument for further data gathering, increasing the amount of data the arm can gather. So we would need that on the new surface stuffs. Oh, no idea where the fuck to put it, though. Let's just leave it there for now. We'll find a better spot, I think. We definitely don't need a Gorsat. We already have a magnetometer arm. We don't need a multispectral imaging platform or an orbital telescope. I'm not sure on the RPWS. Can the RPWS be used within the atmosphere? I think I have a better version to add to this particular thing. Just don't know where the hell it would be. What is this thing? Sensor Data Recorder. Amazing device detects other sensors and permanently records their data. Oh, it's something for Kerballoon. Ooh, we could build a balloon probe. That would actually be handy to have later on, too. Because we're going to end up deploying balloons to get surface data, depending on whether whatever we're visiting has atmospheres or not. I don't want to use this soil sampler. It was acting a little wonky. Where in the... Oh, there it is. It's right there. RPWS. Okay, and that won't conflict with the magnetometer. We'll try it. We'll take it off if it doesn't do anything. I'm gonna have to take a look at our action groups too real quick. So custom 1 toggles, yeah, that's a word. Toggles the magnetometer. Let's also have it toggle the RPWS. And it's also how we collect our data into our experiment storage units. Then action group number 2 is for the piston that extends our drill downward and also toggles the drill. And I guess that's it? Looks like that's it. Yeah, let's go ahead and update to the newer equipment. Let's get rid of the radial material bays. Let's get rid of the Mr. U containment units. Let's upgrade those to the far more compact but far more expensive versions. If I can find them. There's one of them. The Science Micro is 2 Science Juniors in 1. But it costs about 30 times as much. So, 'tis expensive. But we can hide it inside of this bay, no problem. And then we also have a Micro Goo containment pod, about 22 times more expensive than a regular Mystery U. But very, very compact. Let's put that on the opposite side. Alright, looking good. So for the most part, this service bay will remain closed. I don't think we'll have to actually open it. And I think I'm gonna update our wheels too, because these wheels kind of suck. They are pretty prone to blowing up. And then I need a way in and out of this freaking thing. So let's set up ladders. Let's go for the ladders first. We'll have to make sure that they work properly. Yeah, the, oh, wait a minute. Actually, I don't know if the service bay is from a mod. Let's look. I was thinking the lab, and the laboratory is from, Mark II expansion. The service bay, if I can find it. I'll just search for it. What's it called? Mark II service bay? Yes, it is from the mod Mark II expansion as well. The one that we're using right here. I wish I had one that only opened in one direction, though. Because I can't really open this one all the way. Otherwise it's going to be, like, dragging on the ground. I'm thinking that size, whatever it is. fuck are you called? Seismic accelerometer is a little too low. Should've just used the move tool. Let's move you there. Move our thermometer up. Let's go ahead and put these right way up. May have to just grab a new one to put it on properly. Come here. That was the barometer. Am I gonna have to search for the barometer too? Nope, it's right there. Cool. Then I'll put the gravioli. We'll just grab a new one. Use the stock service bay. I don't think I have it unlocked yet though. We'll go take a look. Might. Let's see what we have under payload. I do have a Mark IV that only opens one way. We also have gondolas, and even though they're not designed for what we would be using them for, we could probably make a different kind of science car out of the gondola parts that would work really well. Hell of a lot of Mark III things that would probably do. Oh, you mean the round, just regular stock service bay? I would have the same problem though, because it would have to go on the back. And I just don't have enough room for the doors to open. I need one that only opens one way. Yeah, I don't see one. Not in a Mark II anyway. See a lot of alternative options that we could go for. Balls. And I wouldn't think that we would have anything in structural either, but let's just look. Structural fuselage, but that won't have anything that opens. It's just kind of a hollow piece. Now, typically they shouldn't have to open this. We should be able to remotely control everything that this thing's gonna do. Yeah, I don't see any good solutions. So let's just work on ladders. Mobility enhancers. I don't think I'm going to be able to have that piece of equipment there. I think this is going to have to go somewhere else. And I hate to cover up either of the doors, too. I gotta find a better place for that arm as well. Let's put you down on the chin, then. So they can totally hop out of this and walk around on the top of it. And I think what I want then... just somewhere on here, something like this. And then we'll angle that last one to lead into a regular ladder. And then we'll have to test it out to make sure they can actually transition, you know, through the curve there. Yeah, I'm almost positive I don't have it on. I don't have it installed though. I'm sure that we would have noticed it. I didn't see any real Mark II parts that we have installed right now, honestly. Where the hell? There it is. I don't think we can go with the shorter one, maybe. I wonder if that'd work. Let's take a look at the shorter one. I doubt it though, we're gonna have to add wheels. Yeah, we were in the payload tab when we look for it. Maybe. I don't know. Let's go ahead and close that thing up. We'll take another look real quick. Should be under Mark II though, right? So I have the service bay. Oh, it says it has variants. Hold on. Maybe this one will do the trick. Do I have anywhere that I can attach you just to fuck with it? Without having to do it on the one that I already have in there. Can you attach to the back of that for me, please? Thank you. What are our variants? Oh, it looks like it's just internal storage type variants. Or you can add a little piece in there. Nah, I think I'd rather stick with the hollow one as far as that part goes. Structural fuselage. Spade tail. Quadcoupler. Quintcoupler. Lander can. Airlock adapter. Convertitron. 2 to 3. Got a VTOL engine for it. I don't see any, man. Another VTOL. I'm pretty sure that we're 1 or 2 nodes away from it, though. Because with our tech tree the way it is, it branches off in 2 different directions. I think we can fully commit to some of these changes that we're going to do to the cheese car here. Let's go take a look. I think that we headed down the other branch because it had the 6-man Mark III research lab on it. Rotate the windows downward. We could, but then when I do the like view inside the part thing, everybody's like sitting on the ceiling. But I wouldn't mind having a belly door, like what you're talking about. Yeah, see, if we'd gone supersonic flight, and we could just grab it, I don't know if it's this node or the next node, then we would get the Mark II cargo bay. And I don't know if that's actually the right one. It looks like that one has 2 doors as well, an upper and a lower door. Thank you for the host, Paula. Good morning. I'm pretty sure that's not the right one, though. What about high altitude flight? It looks like that one has 2 doors, too. It's the longer version. I know there is one, though, right? A Mark II service bay that only opens on one side. I just don't know where the hell it is. I don't see it in there at all. This is all Mark IV. Well, mostly Mark IV. really going to want these soon. Well, maybe not soon, but once we start getting into warp technology, we really want those. There's our Mark III inline docking port, which I do want to grab at some point. And some hangars. Bunch of stuff for the Gojira. I don't see much of anything in that I'm really interested in. You know, we could totally go and grab heavy, what do you call it, or experimental rocketry right now. And we might even be able to grab that inflatable heat shield. I don't see anything in any of those. What about down here? Actuators. Negative. We do have a winch in there, though. Gotta love a good winch. I think it's in the supersonic one, so it's probably the one that we were looking at. Now I'm actually looking at something to invest the 1,200 science that we have into. Better wheels would be fan-fucking-tastic. This one here, 374 science. We'll be able to get the tracks from Kerbal Foundries. Very, very tempting, especially when we're working on a potential rover. But I know that I need 374, and then I need a whole 1,000. Oh my god! So I barely have enough to get both nodes. Well, no, I'm short. I almost have enough to get both nodes to be able to get the inflatable 10-meter heat shield. It's called a CGR-04, huh? That's the one that only opens up in one direction. So a CRG-08 is the larger version. Okay, we can grab that then. That's only 100. That doesn't really put us behind on anything else. If that's the one that only opens one way, that's kind of the way that I would rather go with this thing. And then we can get it lower to the ground, you know? I only want enough clearance so that we don't bottom out when we go over hills and whatnot. For 109 research points, fuck it, might as well grab it. This thing should end up paying for itself fairly quickly when it comes to science points. So I'm gonna steal that off. And I think what we'll do is grab the new bay. Perfect. And I'm just gonna transfer all this shit over to it. Ooh, crap. I didn't notice that it doesn't have anything on the back. That's fine. I may have to move those parts up so that they're not clipping through the surface there. Thermometer? We gonna be okay? Oh, there we go. Had to flip it around. We're working on a rover. Just a terrestrial rover at the moment. Something just for Kerbin. Eventually, we'll expand this design into something that we can use on the moon, hopefully. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. It doesn't have anything on the front either. All this shit needs to be attached down here. I'm an idiot. Whoops. 'Cause I'm about to get rid of that piece. Oh, let's upgrade this out of the capacitor too. Erectional, and we want the new super lithium battery for our power storage. Just a little bit better. Might be okay to leave that in the bay, actually, now that we're gonna have a bay to put it into. Now, how on earth did that happen? Oh, weird. I wonder why it's offsetting like that. Doesn't matter, we'll fix it, but... strange behavior. Sweet, and now we don't have those fucking doors opening downwards, so I don't have to have wheels that are up on, like, stilts for this. No, unfortunately, the parts that are within the bay won't be crew passable, so that's why we're working on a ladder system for the side here, and then everybody's gonna have to get up from the upper doors. All right, let's rotate this around. Just take a look at it, make sure that I didn't forget anything in it. I don't see anything, so throw that away. And we need some kind of power generation for this too. I don't think I have any generators right now. I guess we do have RTGs. They are expensive though. This one's $23,000. How much power do you generate? $23,000 STG? RTG. Oh shit, it's also going to generate heat. I wonder if it can take care of its own heat with its built-in radiators. And this particular version is going to have a limited lifespan. It's got a nuclear fuel that it's going to consume throughout its life and produce nuclear waste. Do I have any radiators that are going to work for something like this? I don't think I can resize radiators. Oh wow, I can. Excellent. But it doesn't look like I can attach them directly to it without being tricky. Yeah, thankfully it is a hell of a lot of days. Let's try it without a radiator. We'll see if it works just without it, and then we'll trick one into place if we do need it. So I got a couple of things that I need to reposition because I noticed that they were clipping through the bottom there. And I don't want that. Move you down lower. Might be able to fit all of this stuff on it. Sweet. Okay, still gotta figure out the arm thing though, so let's close that for now. And then we gotta figure out what kind of wheels we want to put on this thing. I don't know where the fuck to put this guy. Maybe that one there, and this one over here. I ruined everything. There. Maybe you go on the back here. And then for wheels. Is it enriched uranium and the waste depleted uranium? Look. I think it's just, nuclear waste, yeah. So nuclear fuel and nuclear waste. Probably. Just kind of a curveball version of it, a little bit more simple. So, I don't have a hell of a lot of good options for wheels. I do have these guys. I can't recall if they're scalable. Oh, nice, they are. Okay, that's probably a little much. Let's try 130. Probably gonna have to move that ladder a little bit further back so that I can get the front set of wheels closer to the nose. And it looks like I'm gonna end up having to go with 3 sets of wheels on the back side. Let's go ahead and relocate that in between the windows. The second ladder is just to see if it'll actually be adequate for reaching the ground, so it doesn't really matter where the shorter ladder is. And then these will be the first set of wheels that I probably set up, and then we'll match them to all the other wheels as we go. The RB1K reactors don't explode. Thought they had a problem with their tips. It does kind of look like a Mako, doesn't it? What the hell was that from? Drawn a blank. Mass Effect? Oh, okay, yep, Mass Effect. That was another game that I really enjoyed the first one, and couldn't really get into the any of the more recent ones, any of the later ones. I really liked the first one though. I don't know why I couldn't get into the others. Probably totally worth a revisit though. Hell of a game. Could make this into a dually. Double up the number of wheels on the backside, but doesn't weigh much, so I don't think it'll be worth doing. That one looks pretty well matched up. Let's make this the back set, furthest back set. We'll go see how it performs. Track ladder. Checking my symmetry to make sure that I didn't like accidentally attach 2 ladders anywhere or anything silly. Looks okay-ish. Want your French baguette? What are those, what are the little French, pastry things? Starts with an M. It's almost like a cookie-looking thing. Can't fucking think of it. Is it a macaroon? No, it's not a macaroon, is it? It's one of those little, like, snacks that I was told, if you try it anywhere in America, you're not getting the real thing. It's one of those things that I need to order, like, from France. I don't think it was meringues. Little cookie-looking thing with, I don't know, some kind of filling involved in the middle of it somewhere. It's supposed to be pretty popular over there, but I've never tried one. Why did you not? There we go. Close. This thing's gonna need taillights too. And probably an additional headlight. But for now, let's just do an initial drive-in test. I did get the Jaffa cakes, and they are good. And they arrived in good condition as well. So I was pretty happy about that. They showed up on one of my days off, so I didn't have to, you know, leave them out on the porch in the heat or anything. They are pretty good. The hard part is not eating the whole damn roll. It doesn't look like we're bottoming out, and we're going about 11 meters a second. Let's see how it does at 20. Hey, thanks for the follow, Vivite. Welcome. Nice to meet you. Is it meringue? Maybe it is meringues. We're gonna try going up a hill at an angle at a little bit faster speed. Well, it seems to be pretty steady. Not too bad. Yeah, now that I've tried them, I kind of wish that I had ordered a larger box. I ended up getting like 3 tiny little boxes for $6, I think. I live in western United States. I live in the state of Utah. The weird one with all the Mormons. Let's try for a sharp turn, too. I don't know why there's not music out here. Yep, the desert. Oh. Okay, so 20 might be a little excessive. And there's no coming out of that. Air new. We shouldn't have let Deb drive. Oh, it was Maverick driving. Deb was in the back. Bye, Deb. No, it's fine. Let's go back over to launch. I don't think I want to change anything quite yet. I do want to figure out what's a stable top speed for this. 17's a little bit too high. I'm thinking like 12 to 15 maybe? Drives about as good as the Mako. We need a big machine gun on the back. Yeah, we don't have proper alcohol here unless you go to a special state-run store to buy it. We're one of the latest states to legalize marijuana in vape form, and our government's never going to actually implement anything for it. It's one of those places. I don't know, maybe better lighting before we take it out again. Let's do that. Oh, and how are we looking on level here? I could definitely move the front legs. Move the front wheels a little bit further downward so that our nose doesn't point down by a couple of degrees there. Let's do that too. So back into the van. Oh, I forgot to check on the freaking, what do you call it? RTG. No, I live in Utah. Not quite that far west, not in Alaska. I live east of California, kind of in the Midwest, right about in the left middle, if you're looking at a map. I live up in the northern part of the state. Matter of fact, if you pull up Google Maps and you look up Snow Basin Ski Resort, I live right up on that mountain. Where the hell do I want to install lighting at? Well, I definitely want tail lights. I like to have a visual indicator of whether my brakes are on or not. The biggest one, I think, is Salt Lake City. I live in Ogden. Now, maybe we could go for these. Let's attach a few different kinds and see which ones we like the most for high beams. We got these two. Yeah, and then down in the south part of the state, you got like St. George. Another pretty popular place. I think the most popular one outside of Salt Lake in the more in the northern part, closer to me, is Park City. Another decent one. Oh, I haven't pointed outward. I don't really want that. A little bit more inward, and then a little bit downward, too. Oh, frick. Had them in the wrong symmetry. So one of them was going to point down, and the other one was going to point up. Donut want. Donut want at all. I wonder if I'd like these more if they were up in front of the other lights instead of further back. Something like that. That doesn't look too bad. And then let's also see how the surface mounted spotlights look. See if those will make adequate headlights, because I like the shape of them. I'm just not sure about, you know, how much light they output. New York and LA? Oh, no. No, New York's got kind of its own thing going on, and a Louisiana accent is pretty easy to pick out after a while. Another fun one from the East Coast is the Boston accent. I got a real kick out of that one. Boston. Alright, let's go ahead and close the back doors. I need to have the backlights start on so that when I toggle on the rest of the lights, those will remain off. And then in our action groups under lighting for the brakes, I want these to toggle. Wait, do I want toggle or do I want on? I do want on. Is EJ from Boston? I didn't know that. His really isn't that bad. Some of them are pretty thick. Yeah, let's check out our little changes here. And we also need to look at our power, both production and consumption. And I want to check out our heat on that reactor, because I don't think I had it turned on last time. So I probably could have left the door open. I want to see how it'll work, though, so I don't want to start the vehicle out on the pad with the reactor going quite yet. Coffee. I'm almost out, though. Unfortunately. But on the upside, it's my Friday. So even if I do need to take a nap because I didn't drink enough coffee, why are you starting open again? The hell? Did I not close those? Oh well. Kind of all worked out. Activate radiator first. And might as well activate all. I don't know of any others that we have. Let's start the reactor and see if it explodes. Does appear to be running pretty hot. If it's running at 1100 out of 1000 so far. You gonna be okay, little reactor? Why is your cooling idle? Oh, maybe when I activated all radiators, after I activated the radiator, it toggled it. So it accidentally turned it off. There we go, much more better. Keeping it at a steady 1000 of 1000. We'll keep an eye on it though. Let's go ahead and leave that up. We'll just get it out of the way a little bit. I don't think it should affect anything if I leave those doors open. I move the front set of wheels a little bit further down to hold the nose up a bit, but now they're going to take a little bit of extra weight as well. Here, let's go across the crawler way from out on the grass here. We'll see if anything's bottoming out. I kind of want to hit as many hills as I can at different angles and different speeds, and get a feel for the vehicle. Establish kind of its speed limit, what we're actually safe at. How do you load one of the investors into the crew cabin part? Got two near your mission control, but you can't put them in the rover. You actually switch over to them, just like if one of your guys was outside. So just pull up next to him and use your brackets underneath your plus and minus keys, and switch over to him like another vessel. I want to check out the ladders real quick too while we're out here, and then we'll look at the headlamps, because it doesn't look like either of them turned on. That one, actually, the shorter one, totally will work, so we'll swap that out for this outrageously long one. Oh, let's actually... yeah, there's no reason to test it if we're going to swap it out with that one. We'll do that in a minute. So, the reason that I didn't want the door down on the belly is because I don't want this to have to be any closer to the ground than is absolutely necessary. And I also really enjoy this view, the interior overlay. And if I have that upside down, then everybody's like sitting upside down on the ceiling. So those are the only two reasons. Otherwise, I absolutely agree that having the door on the belly is totally an upside. Especially this front one. That would make a really good door. If I flip this upside down to where they could just, walk up underneath it and they'll be able to grab it from up above and get directly into the vehicle. But I do like the interior overlay. Oop, nope. Okay, brakes off. Shit. I think I do need these on toggle. Oh yeah, because what I've told it to do is just turn them on, but I haven't told it to turn them off. I do need them on toggle. Okay, so turn those off. Let's check out our headlamps. Those do a pretty good job. What about these ones? Did you dick all? Okay. Well, so we'll stick with the big guys. We'll get rid of the little ones. And then we might go with some surface lighting on this too, but it's kind of a secondary concern. So I think as far as steering, we're probably okay leaving everything able to steer. We're gonna have to even the brakes out. I want, if we're going fast, let's try it. Let's get up to something similar to fast anyway. And then I hit the brakes. No, actually the brakes look fine too. I want it to nose down when we brake. So normally I would go and lower the brakes on the front wheels and then progressively make them stronger and stronger as I go back, but that actually worked out really well. So let's try going over the crawler way here. See if anything is going to drag on the ground. Maybe I'll clip that that little piece there, or hit my nose on stuff as we approach it. Ooh, pretty close. The wheels may have to go down a little bit further. Maybe not all of them, maybe just the front wheels. I am excited to see that nothing actually exploded though. Let's hit the second ramp going a little bit faster. Wow. Performing pretty much like a champ. And no pop tires or anything yet. So the only problem is our wheelbase from side to side here is fairly low, fairly short. So we don't want to do turns at too high of a speed. Let's go ahead and slow down to something like 12. Because we tried it at... weren't we at like 15 when we flipped last time? So at low speeds it seems to perform pretty good. Welcome in, Prep. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the stream. I'm sure you've heard of KSP if you're new to the channel. Ooh, alley-oop. Nice, we got a little bit of air on that one. And that one too. And we didn't pop any tires. Excellent. Usually that's the biggest problem, is popping the fucking tires. Don't think we're gonna survive this though. Let's see. We're going about 30 meters a second. Oh dear. We did survive. And we didn't pop any tires? No shit. I like it. Do a thumbs up. Let's go fix the tail lights, and then we'll look at our action groups for our science experiments. And there's one more piece of equipment that I need to add to this. Never go full Mako. We'll try not to. That would be bad, especially if we're way out in the middle of nowhere. So these lights can definitely go. Fuck those lights. Let's swap those out for surface lights. Actually, that does bring up a really good point, but the mission's basically over if we do flip because of the cam and the scanning arm that we have. If we were to flip, we would destroy those, and so we'd have 2 experiments that we wouldn't be able to perform. So we'd just have to collect the vehicle and send out a replacement anyway. The wheels that we're using are retractable. They'll like fold in. But when it comes to the Moon Rover version, we're definitely going to have that one be pretty robust. And I've designed some in the past where we do have the wheels out and in sets of 2 so that we can drive it whether it's upside down or not. But yeah, we have about 131 mods that we're using. Pretty heavily modded. Even the solar system that we're in, JNSQ, is a modded version of the stock one. It's all scaled up to 2.7 scale. It does retain, like, JNSQ is really neat. It still has Kerbal, the sun. It still has Kerbin, the homeworld. Still has the Mun. Still has Minmus, Eve, you know, all that stuff. But everything is far larger and far further away from one another. And they've gone and redesigned a lot of it and added new planets and new moons too. Really, really neat overhaul. So let's test out those, and let's grab some surface lights for the rest of the vessel and for the belly. Should we use those? Let's use the 4-way. And then for the tail lights, back over into the action groups under brakes, you need to set those to toggle. Might be too much lighting, I don't really know. I'm pretty happy with the reactor, so let's activate radiator and... Oh, I guess let's go back under lighting then. I guess I can't just start the radiator, or start the reactor working. So I think under lights, when we turn our lights on, we'll start our nuclear reactor. Because it seemed to be doing an okay job. And then we have to go through and set up our action groups for all of our equipment too. Just gonna be a pain in the ass. I really don't know when the new DLC will be out for Enhanced Edition. Because I don't have a console, I only play on PC, so, like, I didn't understand what the hell Enhanced Edition was when I first heard about it. Till I figured out that it was the version that they have for the console. I just assumed that it would be the same one, but I guess the old version of KSP kinda sucked, so the Enhanced Edition is like a total remake of it. And hopefully it works a hell of a lot better than the old one. I didn't know that the struggle was so real on console with Kerbal Space Program until Breaking Ground was coming out. And I was reading about all the shit that they were trying to change and how they redid the version that you guys used. But I haven't heard about any release dates for it. Yeah, I don't know why this won't stay closed. That's gonna be a real bitch to use later on, if it won't, if we install it on a plane and it refuses to stay closed. See how the new lighting looks. I guess I'm gonna have to manually go and add all of these to the lighting action group, which is kind of a pain in the ass, but not too bad. Okay, yeah, fuck that. I'm not activating all 4 of those every single time. Let's go take care of that action group. It's about a year behind. So what's the equivalent current PC version for Enhanced Edition? Are you guys on like 1.5 then? About a year ago, I was playing 1.45, and 1.5 was just getting ready to come out. So under the lighting action group, I want turn lights on. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, but I am turning on 4 different lights for each one of these in sets of 2, so it's far less of a pain in the ass than using the right-click menu to do it. And I wonder, if I were to delete the extra copies, add one of these into the action group, and then make a copy of the light that I've added into the action group, I think I could cut down the total number of steps here for adding all these in. I'm pretty sure that it would automatically add the copies into the action group as well. It's a version 1.4.9. Oh, okay. I never tried 1.4.9. I played 1.4.2 or 3, and then updated 1.4.5 when that one came out, because it seemed to have a little bit less of a problem. And 1.5 seemed a little clusterfucky when it first released, so I never did upgrade out of 1.4.5. I still have our 1.4.5 Galileo Planet Pack playthrough. on my desktop. I have a working version of 1.4.5 with all the mods that we used to use. And if you guys scroll down into the info panels, you can actually see a list of all the mods that we're using. On top of that, if you'd like one, we do have CCAN favorites lists in the Discord. Let me get you a link. There's the Discord link. And then if you go down into KSP modding, there's a couple of patches that we wrote, and some fairly up-to-date. I should make it a little bit more up-to-date. It's got all but, I think, about 5 mods that we currently have installed in there. And you can just use that to import it to CCAN and get everything installed. Okay, so I do want lighting in here. Let's check on the reactor. Working like a champ. Radiator's activated and working. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and close the shit. And I want to check out our science action groups and see what we need to add. Otherwise, though, I'm pretty happy with it. Oh, and I forgot that other piece of equipment for Bon Voyage. Cool. Looks like the brake lights are working just fine. Let's check out the ladder. I may have to move the ladder a little bit further out. Otherwise, it looks like it'll work just fine. Got it, first shot. Good deal. Okay, so another question that I had was the RPWS. I don't know if I can actually use that experiment within the atmosphere. So let's try the action group first. And that just toggles them so that they're extended. And then action group number 2, I think, was the one that executes them all. Oh, I need to move my piston up. I don't want the whole damn drill clipping into the ground like that. Actually, maybe I was using the right-click menu. Perform all science. Because we do have a mod called All Y'all, which allows us to execute all of these experiments just through the right-click, so it doesn't really make all that sense to go and set up action groups unless I need to separate them out into different sets of equipment at one time. So surface hydrogen scan works just fine. Magnetometer apparently works. Crew report obviously works. Surface sample is that little guy. Gravity scan, atmospheric pressure, seismic scan, temperature, atmosphere analysis. I didn't actually see any message come up saying, hey, you can't do that, asshole. Gruffwald, thank you for the follow. Hey, good morning, Alpha. Are we still modding? Yes. And then action group 1 will pull all of the data from those and load them into these. But I am going to relocate these a little bit further up on the vessel now that we have a different set of wheels. Then action group 2 to retract that. Oh, and it looks like action group 3 also toggles these, so that's kind of handy. But did the RPWS work? Let's see. No. So I did get a message that says, fuck you, you can't do that. So we'll get rid of the RPWS. What about the rest of these? I know that these 5 here all work within the atmosphere. I guess I'm not actually positive on this one. Collect hydrogen data. Yeah, it looks like it'll work. No, I haven't. What did they add to X4? Oh, that was that surface hydrogen one. Okay. So that one's fine. Probably reposition these as well. Maybe I can move the wheels out wider. There's definitely no downside to moving the wheels out wider. No, I think we're good for all of the experiments that we have right now. Oh, okay. I thought it was wigging out on me. Alright, so the cam works just fine. I wonder if I should set that up to toggles too. Probably. And what about this little guy? No target in range? Oh. How do I use this then? I don't even know if I have it installed properly to be able to use it. Not much, it still seems broken. Aw, man. That's what I hear every fucking time that game gets updated lately. Unfortunately. So we need to go find like a baobab tree or a crystal or something to test out the scanning arm. Yeah, let's set that one up to a toggle. I don't think there's much of a reason to have that one up there. And I don't think that the surface ablation laser actually did anything. I need to set that one up for an action group too. Collect laser data. Oh, I'm gonna have to move it lower too. I don't want to be zapping the back end of our of our vehicle. So let's revert that. Bear with me just a second. I need to hit the restroom real quick. Revert that to the VAB, and then we'll keep working on our little car. And don't let me forget to add the Bon Voyage piece. BRB. Okay, sorry about that. Definitely rigged. So that Bon Voyage piece, I think, is in science. I may have to search for it, though. I don't know what it's actually called, so let's see if anything comes up under Bon. Oh, yeah, there we go. We'll get rid of the RPWS because it doesn't work within the atmosphere. I think we can use it on the moon, though. I'm not positive. You may have to be, in an orbit. So that little Bon Voyage piece should allow this to drive around. And I wonder if I need to pack supplies since we're on the homeworld. Because you would kind of think that they would be able to stop at a gas station and grab something to eat, right? And I don't know if the habitation stat is going to matter either. Guess we could test it. We definitely don't want to lose the ability to revert. Just time warp through 15 days and see what the hell happens to these guys. So let's close that up. I need to reposition the piston here. I'll move these guys forward so that they're not interfering with our wheels back there. Let's line them up with one another a little bit better too. And then I was thinking about moving the wheels a little bit further out, but now I kind of see why I didn't. So maybe I'll leave the wheels where they are and just relocate these guys. I have that set off at an angle. Just throw it away and grab a fresh one so that it'll lay flush up on the sides of the bay back here. Perfect. I don't know, it looks like we can move the wheels all the way out. Let's try it. Fuck it. Why not? But if I move them out to the point where they're not clipping into the middle part here, they look all wonky out here. And to fix that, I would move them up normally, but then I think we're going to end up bottoming out when we drive around. So I don't think I'm going to do it. I think I'm just going to leave them where they are. About like, yeah. Okay, outside of that, action groups. And will you fucking close? And stay closed? You don't have to, but I would really appreciate it if you did. Oh, nice. Dinner's here? Excellent. Yeah, I don't want any lights on the top of that. So I think just the lights out on the side are going to be the better way to go. Oh, my piston is poking through my freaking window there. None of that shit, please. And I might just end up having to go and adjust how far the piston extends for this little piece of equipment to go and grab surface samples. So over to action groups. That's not action groups. That's action groups. Under custom 1, when we toggle the magnetometer, I think I can move that over to action group number 2. I do want it extended before we actually execute all of our experiments. I think we could actually put all this together into one, couldn't we? Let's move the piston and the drill into action group number 1. I don't think there's any reason to have them in 2 different groups. And then we'll try the right-click menu for executing all experiments, but I think the cam, yeah, I should be able to put open camera into that and collect laser data. No, that'll happen with a right click, so I just need to move that downward. I'll move it down just a little bit, and we can test it in here. Let's see how it looks. It looks a little like it might be clipping into the bottom, like, railing thing on there. Let's give it just a smidge of an angle. Let's see if that fixes it. Still a bit close. There we go. That looks fine. Alright, update the save. Take it out. Make planes more? Nah, they take too long to fly anywhere. The only reason that we're doing a rover is because the Bon Voyage mod, which will allow us to remotely control this rover while it's not the active vessel. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother with the rover, honestly. Because they take way too long to drive anywhere. But, like, okay, so for instance, if I want to go from here to the other side of the world, we're talking like an hour-long flight. Especially in a scaled solar system. It's going to take about 3 times longer, and it already takes fucking forever to fly anywhere. You know what I mean? So, it's just so much faster to make, like, a glider, or a lander, or a probe, or whatever. Throw it on the top of a rocket, launch it up into the upper atmosphere, and plop it down where I need it. Oh, I know there's multiple runways, but holy shit, does it take a long time to fly from one to the other. Yeah, this fucking thing still wants to open, huh? Close, you bastard. Okay, lighting's working at least. Let's just take it over to the crawler way real quick. Yeah, but how many of you guys want to sit there and watch me fly around for half an hour before we even attempt a landing that I'm probably going to fail? You know what I mean? But we will do a glider. I know that there's some experiments that'll be coming up where we need to go to specific places, like anomalies. Because you have, like, pyramids and might even have tourists that want to pay us to take them out to, you know, fairly specific places, so... So we'll probably make a little glider that can go on top of a rocket, and then we'll deploy the glider in the general vicinity using trajectories. So, like, if we wanted to go over to this island, then we would just launch the rocket from here, get it, you know, in the general area of it, and then we'll separate from the rocket and use the glider to, you know, more accurately target where we set down. So we got to toggle our equipment on first. How weird, the camera didn't wig out quite as much as it did last time. And then I want to execute all experiments through a right click. So perform all science. It doesn't look like it fires the chem. So we still have to do that one manually, and we'll still have to do this one manually as well, whenever we get within range of something that we can actually use it for. I don't know how to use this, though. There may be another part that I need for the medium scanning arm, I'm not sure. Oh, I heard about the moon launch site. That's why I was all confused. I was like, well shit, if the enhanced edition has an additional launch site, then where the hell do I buy that? And that's when I found out that that's the console version. Oh, I don't want to retract that with the right click, otherwise it goes back down, since it's on toggle. Then action group number 2. Oh, I have to save all these first. Oh no, it's still action group number 1, so it'll move the old data out when I go to perform the next experiment. I don't know if that's going to work. I may have to move all of our science storage thingy things to action group number 2. Just use that one for toggle, use the right click menu for executing science, toggle them all back in, and then move the data. Now, why didn't that close? Well, that's okay. If we have one piece of equipment that I have to right-click on, that's not that bad. I think that'll do. So, let's see if we can figure out Bon Voyage. Pick on map. Oh, crap, and I can't tell where land is. Okay, so we'll do both of the next experiments then. I want to time warp through a couple of days, if it'll let me time warp quickly enough to do it. I'm going to have to clear out all these. I want to see what'll happen to our guys if they're out here for longer than Oh no, they will run out of supplies. Shit. So they're gonna need food to go on any kind of long mission. I was kind of hoping that since they're on the homeworld, I wouldn't have to give them supplies. And I also need to make this comfortable enough so that they don't get homesick too. That fucking sucks. Alright, so I'm gonna just revert. Let's go back to the VAB. Let's come back to this when it's daytime in a little bit. Because we have a couple of maneuvers coming up pretty shortly. Otherwise, though, I think we're on the right track. I think that this will work for a rover for Kerbin. Once I figure out a way to add enough supplies. And we're going to have a total skeleton crew. One scientist, one driver. I wonder if it's even worth having a driver. I wonder if Bon Voyage requires a driver. Because if it doesn't, I could probably use a probe core to control this and not have to bring a driver. Or, well, we would still bring a driver, but it would be the engineer that does the driving instead of a pilot. Aw, oh, damn it, I don't have it yet. I was hoping that I had the radial attached, I think it's the Caribou probe core. I think I'm one node away from it if I don't have it right now. So we'll just throw an any old thing in there. Let's do an octo on the top of the RTG, why not? Is that fitting without clipping into anything? Not really. I don't know, maybe it does clear that. Move that just a little bit further away from it. The orientation of the core shouldn't matter, I don't think. I haven't used Bon Voyage before. I've heard of it, and it sounds amazing. But I haven't actually used it. Okay, so back out to the daylight here. To the nighttime, I guess. We have a multispectral sat maneuver coming up in just 10 minutes. Let's go ahead and take care of that. Then we'll have about 3.5 hours before our next one. We'll probably go through several of these. Oh, and our space telescope is only going to be 3 days after that until it's in the sphere of influence of the moon. We're going to smash it into the moon. But we're going to use it for some photographs first. I need to get the deep space telescope working then. So let's go out to the multispectral sat and see what the hell's going on with this one. I think it's getting ready to circularize into a lower orbit around Minmus. And hopefully start to finish out the contract that we've had forever for that. Our travel time to Minmus now in JNSQ is somewhere around like 3 weeks, so taking longer than I'd hoped for most of our Minmus scan satellite contracts to actually finish. Oh, I think you want unlurk if you're coming back. Enjoy your lurk, though. Why is that still up? Go away. Get out of here. So I actually had a problem with this one. This was one of our original designs for our satellite carriers and delivery system. And the problem with this particular design, I upgraded the antennas that we use to use this as a relay, and I didn't upgrade the solar panels. So this thing was well on its way out to the moon before I realized that it didn't generate enough power to work as a relay. So I've just deactivated the one that would normally target active vessel. I still have an Omni antenna on the top of it that's activated, and I also have this antenna that's just keeping it in contact with the home world. Let's take a look at our upcoming maneuver. Easy peasy. And let's check our piece of equipment and make sure that this is the ideal range for it. It is. Our altitude is ideal. Good deal. So this should start to scan for the different biomes that we have available on Mimnus for us. Yeah. And then if we go into the map, we can mouse over those and get an actual name of the biome. Right now we're over the lowlands. I wouldn't imagine that there's a whole lot of biomes. At least just based off of Galileo's Planet Pack. They really try to encourage you to go out to other worlds rather than stay just in the local system. So I don't think we're going to find much, but we did have a contract to go ahead and do this. I'm going to turn SAS off briefly. Get us on target. And then we'll just time warp up and execute the maneuver. We also could have just held retrograde, and that would have been just fine too. Alright, just making sure that it's in the flight computer. Let's go ahead and time warp. Get some eye candy on the new redo of Mimnus. I really like it. They added a little bit more brown to it. It used to be a lot greener. They added some browns and some grays to it. And it's growing on me. Personally, I do think that I probably liked the previous, the first version of Mimnus a little bit more, but I think it still looks fantastic compared to the stock Mimnus. It makes it look a hell of a lot more like an actual moon, you know? Instead of a puff of pollen or something. Sweet. And typically, I would point our piece of equipment at the surface there, but since this one has power problems, I'm just going to leave it the way it is. If it helps you sleep at night, it does look like all of our equipment that's on this thing points out to the side. So technically that is kind of pointed at the surface if I just rotate us a little bit here. Let's turn the flight computer off so that I can regain controls. There we go, now it's pointed at the surface. Normally I would point the whole vessel at it, and in the newer versions of this we'll totally be able to. But this one in particular, it just doesn't have enough power. So I'll have to leave it this way. Let me actually double check that. Do I generate enough power to even be able to use this piece of equipment? Yeah, it looks like we're staying totally powered up as long as I have this antenna turned off. Sweet. So over time, we should be able to finish out that contract here. And let's go and check on our high-resolution scan satellite too. We now have an even more updated design for these, where we don't have to actually crash the kick-out stage into our target. We just use explosives to blow the damn thing up. And that way we eliminate any debris or anything. Hey, thanks for the follow, Monochrome. Welcome. So you'll see a lot of similarities. That first one was like the most basic design that we were using to put up our satellites, or scan satellites. And this is essentially the exact same thing, but to give it enough power so that we could use the better antennas, I just added some deployable solar panels, and they're out on a little truss piece that pokes them up in between the solar panels there. Just a little planar truss piece that goes all the way up to the surface so that we connect that to these and not have to relocate the box of solar panels there. So this particular one, we have the scan satellite pointed off to the side rather than just up on the front. It just looked a little bit better, but typically the two antennas would be off on either side and the piece of equipment would be on the top. So this one is not the most updated version. This has been traveling for a little while, it doesn't have an explosive on the bottom part, and we have to make sure that when we stage that bottom part, we get rid of it. Red welcome and said welcome. Nice. Hey, it all works. Okay, so this is just a slight adjustment maneuver. Apparently my first burn wasn't very good. Yeah, so, actually this is wrong. I don't want this. I want a collision course. Feel like you've done that before too? Read something and typed it out? I do that shit all the time. This is the hardest part about, there's this one little section at my old job where you could actually talk on the work floor. And that was the hardest part about typing while you were talking. Whoop. Oh no, Monochrome is has a Twitch Prime badge. He'd have a sword if he was a mod. Something like that, and then if I just slow down, we can get that collision. There we go. Although it does seem like a hell of a lot of a waste. Maybe that's why I had it in the way that it was before. That would be a little weird if you were modded before you ever followed. I hadn't noticed how much actual DV I have in that. I think I want to revert it the way it was. I should have just trusted in what I had previously done. So let's speed up again. And then there's a third part of this, which is our final altitude. See if we can dial that in too. This piece of equipment likes to operate at a very high altitude. So I'm going to try to dial it into about 750. Because we only have a 48.5 meter a second adjustment coming up. We have 987 meters a second of DV in the kickout stage that normally I would smash. And by the time we get there at 750 kilometers, if we circularize, that's going to cost an additional 340. So there's no reason to actually get rid of the bottom part on this. If anything, the only thing that we don't benefit from having that bottom part attached on is that it doesn't have any solar panels. It was designed to be disposable. Typically, this would all be either blown up or smashed. So it's not exactly necessary, but it does have additional monopropellant cans, and later on in life we can use it to reposition the satellite. Because eventually I would like all of these satellites to go into a final synchronized orbit between, you know, one another, and then we'll just use them as little relay satellites. We'll put them in sync and try to change all their inclination so that they're not cluttering anything up. Because I think we're going to end up with like 4 of each. Okay, so SAS off. I'm going to have 2 more maneuvers to do here, probably. Let me get on target and then I'll double check that. I might be wrong. Because the other important thing that we need the altitude, we need our inclination to be at a perfect 90 degrees, or at least as close as we can possibly get it. And we need to make sure that we don't have any debris. So I just want to see here, if I go and change this, I don't know if it's telling me my inclination. No, I'm almost positive that this inclination information is for the current sphere of influence I'm in, and we don't give a shit about that. What I need to know is whether we're at a 90 degree, 90 degree orbit when we get around Minmus. So we'll just eyeball it. We'll just aim for, you know, right above the North Pole there. And that looks like it's going to be pretty freaking close. So as long as our altitude is good, we're good. And like I said, I want that at 750. Once we enter the sphere of influence of Minmus, we can fine-tune it. Okay, let's take the previous maneuver out. Go ahead and enter that one. We don't need it to take over control. We're pretty much already on target. And we'll just time warp through the next 3 hours and get her done. We're at a nice high altitude, so it'll only take a couple of seconds to time warp through 3 hours. Let's see, where the fuck is the moon? Oh, Minmus! Hello? We're on the dark side of it, but I figured we'd still be able to spot it. Should be like right in here, I think. Oh no, it'd be over this way. I don't know, it's there somewhere. We're still a lot closer to the homeworld than we are to the moon, but usually from a low orbit I can tell where the hell it is. Probably hidden in our monstrous sun flare there somewhere, huh? Oh, actually, wait a minute, it'd be... No, yeah. We can see our target indicator here. I don't know, can you see it? I feel like we're playing Where's Waldo? From our current orientation... Okay, let me try to nose up. That'll... Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Could be over here. Should be right out in front of us, like the nose of this thing is pointed right at it, but I don't see jack shit. Oh well. Thankfully, it doesn't matter. 753 will do. I think I want 2 alarms here, though. I want an initial alarm just for the SOI change, and then I want a second alarm for our upcoming maneuver. Just in case I don't have control of this, if I lose line of sight with it, and I don't have anything to bounce the signal over to it, then I won't be able to execute this maneuver unless I already have it fed into the flight computer. So I do definitely want to save that now, just in case, but I also want an alarm so that when we get out there, we can make absolute sure that we're going to be at about a 90 degree inclination relative to Minmus. So our next maneuver is on one of our science probes. Let's see what this one's up to. This might be one of the ones that was heading out to where Minmus used to be, because when we updated, the moon was moved. But we do have a lot of them out there. We have, oh shit! We might have one in the lower orbit that I need to get out into solar orbit, too. I don't think I actually executed the maneuver on that guy. And this might be one of them, the one that we're switching to right now. I'm not sure. Because I'm pretty sure that I waited to execute the maneuvers until they wouldn't conflict with any of our other upcoming maneuvers. Nope, this one is definitely not one of the ones that's around our equator, the homeworld there. What are you doing, probe? Should be on approach for its moon flyby. Okay, so this was our sphere of influence alarm. And just in case I don't have any of our other scan satellites to bounce a signal over to this, I do have it set up so that it's going to circularize into a lower orbit around the moon, because I want to exhaust all of our science from a high orbit and a low orbit, and I think we've already done that with the moon. So this one needs to transmit its data back home. Let's go ahead and open up our bays. Looks like the top one's already open. Oh, some freaking idiot forgot to enable the high gain antenna. Whoops. Thankfully, the way that we have remote tech configured right now, as long as I have something to accept a signal from, then we're okay. So we do have an omni antenna. We use that basically as a receptor antenna. But I wouldn't have any way to transmit this data back. The omni antenna is not powerful enough for us to communicate with any of our science stations. So I'd have been fudged. Alright, and I have no idea what the fuck my action groups were, so we're just gonna hit buttons. Let's try action group number 1. Excellent. So it toggled all of our equipment, and any of it that's in a valid biome. There's some of these things that don't work in high space. Right now we're in high space around the moon. But for everything else, there's MasterCard, and all of that seems to work. And we want to transmit all of that data over to Science Station number 3. Unfortunately, these are single-use experiments, so it is a little... I don't know, it's got more shit than it actually needs. Uh-oh. Crap. Where's the sun? I ran out of power during the transmission. Well, I can't really do much about it, because you should be tracking the sun just fine. We'll just have to tough it out, I guess. I don't know, maybe I could time warp? Oh no, there we go, we're good. And then we're going to want to do that exact same thing, but I think we have to do it in 2 parts, because when we go around the other side of the moon there, once we're in a low space, I don't think we're going to have line of sight. So we're going to let the flight computer move us to maneuver prograde, which we could do ourselves if we wanted to, but it doesn't matter. And then we'll have it circularize into a very, very low orbit, and we'll probably execute the science experiments on the other side of the moon where we're facing toward the homeworld. And then it's kind of up to us. Like, we could just blow this up. There's really no reason for this to come home. There was another version of this that has already brought all of that data back home, so all of that data is exhausted. We just needed another sample to feed into our science station. So, is that this science station? No. Apparently that vessel no longer exists. Let's get rid of that. And why do I have this up? What are you doing? But we need to go over to the science station, take all that data, and get them processing it in one of our laboratories. And we might end up having to bring 12 more people up to that science station. I know that it's only half-staffed, but I don't know if we're going to have enough data to actually max out both of the, or 2 of the 4 research labs quite yet. What the fuck are you doing? This is the one that we just got in position. I don't know why I have an old alarm for it, though. Oh, I do know, because this is one of the satellites that, let me zoom out and I'll show you. So Minmus used to be in a higher orbit, and this is one of the probes that was heading out to where Minmus used to be. We also have this one and this one that are heading out to where Minmus used to be, and those are going to miss. So since it wasn't really our fault that Minmus was moved into a lower orbit, we're just putting them in into a high orbit around Minmus and then putting them into position, but not until their alarms come up. That may even be this next one coming up in about 2 hours, because it looks like it's getting about to where it would have been in Minmus's sphere of influence. We should double check those. Let's switch over to these real quick. I just want to make sure that they have their maneuver in the flight computer. We had an additional scan satellite that was heading out to where Mimnus currently is, or maybe it was the moon, and I missed its maneuver somehow. I've never had one disappear out of Kerbal Alarm Clock, so I think it was just human error. I think I just somehow forgot to add an alarm for it, and damn thing went flying, slingshotting past the moon, and is heading out to a solar orbit. So we've got a demolition drone on its way with an explosive to intercept it. So what is this one doing? Yeah, this is almost definitely the right one. It does have a maneuver in here, but it's in 9 days, so that's that one. Okay, good. Nope, that's not that one. It's that one. The one right above it. This is the replacement satellite, I think. Because it was a multispectral satellite that's getting ready to fling out into nothing. But even though it's got 9 days of travel time, and the moon is no longer there, it doesn't take as long for us to get to the moon. But to make it fair, since I'm just going to move that into the sphere of influence and Mimnus, I am going to make us wait out that timer until, it gets to where it originally should have been showing up out at the moon. And I want to check this one too, the ore scan set. I definitely see 2 maneuvers, one in 14 and then one in 15 days, and those are probably adjustments and circularization maneuvers. But since I missed the one, I do just want to double check these to make sure that I didn't fuck up on multiple of them. I was probably drinking on my days off when I put the maneuvers in or something and got all hasty or distracted watching a movie. So I probably just forgot to add it. So once again, this is a previous advancement in the overall design, where we do have the extending solar panels, but we don't have an explosive on this. So these guys should be on a collision course with Mimnus if Mimnus was still where it was supposed to be. But unfortunately it's not. So all I gotta check is that it has its maneuvers in the flight computer. Yeah. So on day 14 and 15, those are both for the same satellite. But it's not actually going to do those maneuvers. We're just using the alarms so that we don't create an artificial advantage when I move that into the SOI of Mimnus. So there's our demo drone that's heading out to blow up that rogue satellite. High resolution scan sat, multispectral sat. Those are heading out to the moon. This is the replacement one. Space Telescope 2. Don't need that yet. Not until it gets within the SOI of the moon. I think these are all fine. And then our Deep Space Telescope, we're just deorbiting that. That's going to crush into the surface of the homeworld, because I fudged up the design. Then this guy, with a huge orbit there, is another satellite that's heading out, or another set of probes that are heading out into a solar orbit. So I should have one more. Let's see. I want to transition my view over to the homeworld, but I don't want to accidentally click on anything else. There we go. Well, maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I did get both of them out there. I don't see anything in a low orbit right now around the equator that should be heading out into a solar orbit, but I sure as shit don't remember putting this second one out into a solar orbit. Oh well. Let's go over to our science station. We did time warp through some stuff. We could also check on our other science station as well. We may have some experiments that have been completed there. So probably not a bad time to either work on our interstellar science probes. I don't know. Let's check the antennas here. I might not have a relay antenna that's powerful enough for us to Be worth sending out an interstellar mission. If you can't communicate with it, there's no reason to throw a probe out there, right? So we only have 300 out of 1,000 data in this lab. And then our first lab is at 904, so there is potentially a little bit of room in that one too. Gravity scan, process that. Orbital telescope observations. Whoa, oh shit. Huh. I'm missing about a dozen experiments. Crap. And 8 of them are single use, so there's no redoing that shit. Now I gotta check all the rest of these to see if it sent the experiment somewhere else. So far it's been fairly consistent though in sending them all to that one particular piece. Oh wait, maybe I have a gathered data. Made another plane with forward swept wings? Nice. What I'm looking for is an option to gather all data. Not seeing it. Damn, so I don't think I have any pieces that can do that. Well, rip. Okay, well, we'll just continue looking. It could have sent it almost anywhere. I've had it show up in farms. Kind of all over the place. Let's start at the bottom and work our way up. Let's check all of these. I wouldn't think that it would send it to a piece that people can't go into, but never know. I might be fucked, though. Specifically, what I'm looking for is the review data option, and I know that I didn't, I don't see it on either of those two pieces. Let's check the viewing cupolas and the habitat in the middle. Fuck. I don't think I got it. I think we're boned. And our transports don't have any internal storage or anything like that for data. I wouldn't think it'd be able to send it to anything that's inside there. So I'm fucked. We checked all the things. That would have been weird that it would send 2 of them over to this piece and none of the rest, though. Whoop, not that. Back out to the map. Let's go see if the probe still has it. It might still be on the probe. When it ran out of power there, maybe it aborted the transmission. It said that it was done though, so I don't know. The biggest problem is if it didn't transmit, there's no way for me to duplicate that without an additional probe. Which isn't a terribly large deal. Because we're going to be working on some science landers anyway. So we can always duplicate the tests and send them out to the research station later on. But definitely a bit of a bummer. Thankfully, this does have a science storage module underneath these guys. No, I got nothing. Oh, actually, I clicked on the wrong thing. That's what I wanted. Can't recycle that. Reset all science, show manifest, perform all science. Frick. So I can visually tell that all of our science juniors and all of our mystery thingy things definitely performed all of theirs, but there's no additional results in the part, or else I would have a review. And since there's no way for me to actually reset these without a scientist, I don't know, I suppose we could just send a scientist out and leave this in a low orbit. Some of these I can run again. Why is it still saying I'm totally out of power? Because I am totally out of power. Fuck. I think that'll charge up in the background though, so maybe we can get it on its way out. I'm screwed for Science Junior and Mystery Goo though. There's nothing I can do about that. I have to either send out an additional probe or wait until later. So I'm just gonna run the multi-run experiments again real quick, thermometer, stuff like that, and we'll send that out. The Gorsat I think will work. I'm not sure about the orbital telescope though. Oh yeah, it does work. Cool. Magnetometer, RPWS, and I think that's it. Interesting. So we shouldn't have any science remaining for any of these because we've already had a version of this probe that we've brought all the way back to the homeworld, but somehow I missed the magnetometer scan and the RPWS. Well, definitely log that. I was gonna just crush this, just crash it into the surface. No wonder our results were a little underwhelming. I had expected to get a decent amount of science from these probes, and unfortunately, when it was all said and done, I only ended up at about 240 science. It seemed like it should have been higher. Oh, okay. So that experiment won't do us any good. I'm just going over these other ones again, since I wasn't really thinking about it at the time. Looks like we got those successfully. That one's fine. I'm just clearing out the ones that we don't need. That one's fine. We already got all of that. We can't do gravity... wait, no. We can't do seismic data. Yeah, see, we didn't have a gravity scan that we brought home either. Interesting. But I think that's all of them. Unless, maybe a telemetry report. Got a telemetry report. I think that's it. I'm pretty sure that's all of our gear. Then the other 8 things would be the Mystery Goo and the Science Juniors, but I don't want to run those at the moment. Because we need to gather 4 samples of each from a low orbit, so... So let's go ahead and collect all of that data. Just the 3 experiments that we didn't have yet, to clear it out of the part, and that way we can get an additional whole set of data when we get into a low orbit. Alright, double check the maneuver before I switch off of it. Looks fine. Back over to the science station, there were only a couple of experiments that we're going to be able to run, but that might actually help us figure out where the fuck the previous experiments went. I don't know. Oh, you're right. Yeah, let's send the telemetry data over to the thingy thing. Over to the science station. Good call. Well, we got something out of it, but I'm pretty disappointed that the Mystery Goo and the Science Junior ones didn't work properly. Bit of a bummer, really. Hi, Kitty Angus. What are you doing? Being a big fuzzy lump? Yeah. He's got a little co-pilot seat next to me. He's got his own gaming chair. He's like leaning across it with his front paws on my armrest like, hey, pet me. So I would expect for all of those to have been sent over to here, but it doesn't look like they were. Maybe that data is somewhere on here still. All the lost data. I'll be damned if I can think of where, though. Oh, I didn't really check these little guys, did I? And I wouldn't think that it would go inside of the probe core, but we do have probe cores in both of these, the transport and the main station there. It's gonna be kind of a bitch to get eyes on. Oh, nothing there. No problem, H4. We will be here. Well, we need to send supplies up to this anyway. I don't know, I'm thinking... Ooh, well, maybe not. So I keep going back and forth on my thoughts here. We do have a nice surface area here where I was thinking about putting a data collection or a data storage device. And that would allow us to collect all data from wherever it is on the vessel. I think it'd be better, instead of using Kerbal Engineer to attach it, for us to just build it into the top of the resupply drone. And maybe even give it an additional docking port on the bottom, just in case that piece needs to stay attached to this. And the drone needs to be swapped out for a fresh set of supplies. Because I don't know where the fuck it is. It certainly doesn't appear to have shown up. Oh my god! I still have pilots in here. Whoops. So we should definitely send a transport up to grab those two dudes too. I left Jeb and my little brother up on this station for I don't even know how long now. Totally forgot. Actually, I do know how long. They've been up here for 5 days, 5 hours, and 42 minutes that they didn't need to be up here for. I forgot to grab them. Yeah, fuck it. I don't know where it sent it to. We could also build it into a separate drone, but I think it's just smarter to put it on the top of the resupply drone. And we do need a design for that anyway. It should be really, really easy. At the moment, the station itself has enough supplies and fertilizer to keep people up there for about 60 days. But I don't want to have to do a crew rotation unless we feel like it. So we want an additional drone that'll be attached to the bottom of that station as kind of a core part, and that's just going to be food and whatever else they need. And we have 2 stations that require them right now. We do have one for the science station, for the station science mod, but that one has kibble, and our other 2 stations don't require kibble. They don't have zoology bays. So we're just going to revamp the existing one into what we actually need for these guys. And then that station also, I don't think, requires fertilizer. I think it may have 1 or 2 farms that I used as extensions. Well, let's load it up, since I can't remember. I do need to go up to that station anyway and check on our experiments. Oh, this is the wrong one. This is the one with the Netherdyne University. And for the most part, we phased that one out until we fix the part. Fix the university so that it can operate like a regular science lab. I don't know what happened there. I think the part broke with the 1.7 well, probably with just 1.7, the 1.7 update. For some reason, when I feed experiments into it, I can't actually process them from data into science points at the moment. Neat looking station, but we ended up just taking ours down. First it had Kraken issues, and then it had then we had that problem with the part when we took care of the Kraken problem. Should be Science Station 2. Science Station 3 should be the one that we process data in. No, and I didn't even mention the physics part of it. All I mentioned was the data processing part, because we can get around the physics part of it by just not clipping any other parts into it, and that's fine. Probably something that I'll mention later on, but the primary thing, the higher priority at the moment, is getting the Netherdyne University to work like a science lab again. This is the one. Yeah, we have 2 farms, one here and one here. So I should probably modify this one's supply thingy thing anyway. But, oh, and how much do those store? Those need 300 fertilizer to be completely full. So the build that actually matters is going to be the resupply. And I think it's under station, or under science as well. Science station. Here we go. I had it under space station. So that one also had a problem with power because of the cyclotrons. It looks like one cyclotron is actually totally adequate though. So I want to keep that part, but all of this can go. We don't need kibble. And I wonder if these container tanks can hold fertilizer. Shit, yeah, they can. Okay. Come here. I kept clicking on it and it wasn't wanting to give me a copy. That's a shitload of fertilizer. So only one fertilizer can. 4,500 fertilizer. We won't be able to go through that before we actually consume all the supplies. And I know that 2 full cans worth of supplies at full capacity is enough for at least 60 days. So every 2 cans I'm expecting to get another 60 days. So that'll be 180 days altogether if the original cans are still totally full. I think we can go bigger. Let's do an additional 2 supply cans here. Then the fertilizer can. And then on the top of that, I also have to balance it because this needs to be able to dock. I'm going to make a copy of the docking port senior. 2 copies, really. And I'm going to inline another payload bay. Or our service bay, whatever. Oh, excuse me, hiccup. I think we'll just use the stock one, because I think it's tall enough to fit the science experiment storage units. If I can fucking find it. Right there. Let's put a structural part for all of these to attach to. We'll go with 2 of them. And then down in science, just in case we have like, you know, multiple Mr. U or Science Junior samples that we want to unload from a craft or whatever into our storage units. Otherwise, just 1 would do. Okay, I'm blind. I don't see it. Where the hell? Ah, right here. It's got little lights on it. I didn't even recognize it. That is a lot of leftover room in there. That's okay though. I'm just gonna leave that on the bottom. Maybe I should put a tube or something in the middle of there so that it makes sense for the supplies to be moving from one part of it to the other. Nah, fuck it. It'll be fine. It works. Okay, let's balance it all out. So I want to separate it from the lifter. Is that a decoupler inside of the stack separator? Yes, so that's what I want. And we don't have any power problems with that station. This is a little bit long though. I don't think I have an upgraded version of these cans yet, because the next stage in logistics is way the fuck down there. Yeah, I don't. If I had a larger can, then I would go with the larger can, though. So I don't think these can store what I want. Actually, I can just do the right-click thing here. It'll store water, mulch, but it doesn't store food or fertilizer. So I wouldn't imagine that any of the rest of the other variants would either. Bummer, I think the container tank is probably our best bet. Let's see if we have a wider diameter life support can. Maybe. Nope. These are both the same diameter. Roughly the same size, just a different look to them. Well, shiitake. Oh well. It's fine. So, over at RCS Build Aid, we're going to balance this out. Our bottom end weighs way more than our front end. So we just need to tone down the thrust on the forward set of monopropellant nozzles. I don't know, that's so freaking low that I could probably get rid of this type of nozzle and go with a smaller version. Let's give it a shot. I still want it to be a 4-way nozzle. Oh yeah, there we go. Sweet, perfect. Alright, stack separator back on the bottom here. We definitely need to check our staging. We're gonna need a longer fairing too. Staging actually looks just fine. We're going to ignite the 4 solid rocket boosters and the main engine cluster, which is a shit pile of RD-171 engines. If our thrust to weight ratio was off at all, I would swap these out for fewer but more powerful engines. But I think for now we'll just stick with the current design. And let me check my fuel crossfeed on all of these little tanks just to make sure that none of those were messed up. Because I've only launched this one time. Okay, I don't see any other side tanks, so we should be okay. Yeah, it looks like everything's feeding into the main tank just fine. Okay, so main engine ignition, all 4 solid rocket boosters. We shed them in 2x2. Then we get rid of our payload fairing. Or do we? No. First we separate from the upper Griffin 20 engine. Then we get rid of our payload fairing. And then we transition to the upper stage. So all of that looks good. Our DV total here is a little fucked though. I guess I'll have to take it out for a test flight. I hope I didn't save that over the previous one. I have a bad habit when I do updates, just so that I don't lose information of saving. I hope I didn't save over the previous copy of this, because the other one is still a totally valid design, but it includes kibble that we don't need for the station that we're going to send it, for the 2 stations that this particular drone would go to. Alright, let's take it out for a test flight. And honestly, by test flight, I mean a live flight. Because if anything goes wrong, I'm not going to revert it. And if all goes right, I'm not going to revert it and fly it up again. This is a big ol' rocket, though. As far as, like, length, like how tall it is, this is bigger than the deployers that we use to launch our stations, I think. It's a buku. Now, I will revert if I need to add, like, launch stability enhancers or anything like that, as long as we haven't left the pad yet. Or if the control probe, the original control probe, isn't in the right orientation. But it actually looks really good. It's not dancing around or doing anything funky. Let's just go ahead and throttle up. SAS turned on. Turn our lighting on as well, just cuz. And 3, 2, 1, go. Let's get this fat motherfucker up into space. We're going to be throttling back during the ascent. But now that we're just off the pad, let's get it over into like a 70 or a 65 degree angle. Man, that thing has a lot of engines down there. And they're definitely powerful enough for the job later on, but we do need these solid rocket boosters to give us a high enough thrust to weight ratio to get off of the pad fairly quickly. So what I'm nervous about is I don't want the upper stage to come up into orbit with us. I don't want to have any chance of that being debris, and I noticed that we only have 4 very small retro rockets installed on the top of it. So we might have to cut throttle a little bit early before we actually get into an orbit. It looked like our Delta V totals would put us up into orbit before we get rid of this part. So I may have a little bit of a revamp to do there. And for all I know, the kibble weighs more than even though this is taller than the previous payload, the supplies and fertilizer may have a lower density, so they might not weigh as much as the kibble that the lifter was originally designed for. Because every can of kibble is like 10 tons, and I think I had 5 of them. So it just might be too powerful for this this set of supplies. But that's okay. Depending on how much fuel we have left over before we achieve an orbit, we might just leave it the way it is. Alright, so we're getting ready for our first booster separation. AP's looking good. It's about 30 seconds out in front of us. Let's go up to full throttle right before separation. Kick those guys off. Oh, wow. So we have so many freaking engines on there that even with this humongous tank, I'm burning through my liquid fuel a little bit faster than I'm burning through my solid fuel. So let's go ahead and throttle all the way down to a thrust to weight ratio of 1.5. We'll try to conserve as much liquid fuel as we can until we use up the rest of the fuel in the SRB. We'll let it go up to maybe 1.7 or so, and then we'll throttle even further back. And I'm going to nose this down to about a 45-degree angle. I don't want to run out of fuel in our liquid stage there before I run out of fuel in the solid rocket boosters. Because then this whole thing is just dead weight and our main engines aren't doing a damn bit of good. But there's no way for me to separate from that because the solid rocket boosters would actually be carrying this faster than we would be able to go with the upper stage. And that'd be bad. Might be okay, but definitely the risk of collision outweighs the benefits of the attempt. So we'll just keep throttling back, hoping for the best. AP's up to about 30k. When it gets up to about 40, I'll go a little bit further into our gravity turn. I'm also a tad nervous about the way that I have the control surfaces aligned. I'm worried that this guy and this guy may break one or the other of these off, but we'll see how it goes. It would be a shitty day if they did. AP's at about 35k, so let's nose down just a little bit further. And our inclination is dog shit. It's at 0.6, so I'm going to put our nose down to the south of our east line and try to correct for that a little bit. I feel like our launch pad isn't pointed directly east or something. I feel like it's fairly consistent that no matter what build we go with, even if I nose directly down to the east, we always end up with some sort of an inclination. And I know that the launch site itself is right on the equator because I wrote the frickin' Remote Tech compatibility patch, and that's based off of latitude, longitude, and altitude. So I know that can't be it. I wonder if the azimuth is off. I wonder if instead of this pointed directly east, it's pointed maybe slightly south or slightly to the north. Go and break away from that guy and transition to our upper stage engine. We're at about 38 kilometers, so the fact that we don't have control surfaces shouldn't affect us too much. I'm still going to be very, very ginger when I go and lean into the rest of the gravity turn, just in case. TWR is a little bit low, it's at 1 1/4. But since we're 37 seconds away from AP and we're at a 30-degree angle, we shouldn't have to worry about that all that much. And we should quickly burn through fuel with the Griffin 20 engine that we're using. So it should all work out. By the time we're getting ready to lay over horizontal, we should be at a really nice thrust to weight ratio, because this is a very powerful engine. We're just hauling pretty damn heavy payload. Okay, AP's up to about 54. Let's go down to a 25-degree angle. Inclination's down to 0.3. I want it under 1. 0.3 isn't terrible, but as close to absolute 0 as possible. And we'll keep pushing. 33 seconds from AP, thrust to weight ratio is already up to 1.56, and we've used up about a third of our fuel, approaching about 50% of our fuel remaining. We can get rid of our payload bay anytime now. Let's wait until we're at about 65 kilometers. Because I think we have way too much fuel in this, but I'm not positive on it. So I'm not in too much of a hurry to shed any extra weight, honestly. Okay, AP's up to 65k. Let's go down to a 15-degree angle. Inclination's at 0.29. I'm going to continue to try to minimize that. Alright, we're at about 64k. Let's go ahead and get rid of that payload fairing. Quite the deployment. I like it. It's a lot more pieces than I usually have it set up for. I didn't even think to check with this one. I think it defaults to a fairly high number of sections. And I'm going to stay at about a 15-degree angle until we get AP up to about 80 kilometers. Right now it's at 71. We'll just keep pushing. Thrust to weight ratio is over 2. It's coming up on 2 1/4, but we're already at almost 70 kilometers of altitude, so we should be okay. We'll just stay at max thrust. Inclination is down to 0.25, so I'm not too worried about that yet. And our AP is about a minute out from us. So everything's looking great, honestly. AP's approaching 80k. Let's go down to just under a 10-degree angle. And then we'll lay down horizontal when it's at about 80, in the hopes that I can circularize fairly low and give us a lot of opportunities to head up to the station where we're going to install this. And we might as well install it on the science station first, because it's got the science storage bays. I'm going to also put those over on the other station, even though they're less necessary. So this build, even though we have that extra piece on it, for the first 2 launches, that this build should be totally valid. And then after that, we'll just get rid of this extra little service bay there, because we shouldn't need it. So it does look like I'm probably going to have to cut throttle before we actually run out of fuel and stage away from this thing, or else it's going to end up in orbit with us. Let's go ahead and actually just cut throttle now. What do we have? 1,376 meters a second of DV in the next stage. Throttle up a little bit, and I'll go down to a negative 45-degree angle. That way we're still developing some horizontal velocity, but I'm mostly trying to pull AP down and push PE out. We're getting a lot closer to radial in. That way we can circularize low and use up just a little bit more of the fuel in this thing without going nuts. And I'm leaving the throttle low so that I have total control over where I cut throttle. Just gonna be right before we get to a positive PE. Right there. Okay, so we're at a funky-ass angle. I do want to activate RCS, and we're going to use that to get a little bit closer to prograde before we separate from this, so that its retro rockets can make absolute sure that that PE stays in a negative. I don't want to basically shift this thing's orbit so that it does end up being suborbital debris, because the game's kind of a pain in the ass like that. If it's not the active vessel and we're not within a certain range of the active vessel, the game's perfectly happy letting it dip into the atmosphere over and over and over again. So I want to make sure that the game knows that this is crap and that it gets rid of it. Oh, nice, and we're out in space. Let's put our solar panels out. Only 4 of them for this. There was no reason for me to add any of the rest of them back on, because the other 2 stations don't have cyclotrons, so they don't require anywhere near the power that the first one does. And we're going to circularize at 99 kilometers for our final orbit. We'll go ahead and stage from this guy now, since we're pointed prograde. Turn on SAS, and we want just SAS to hold us prograde. And while that's getting all aligned, we'll add a maneuver, add AP, to circularize. So, yeah, we didn't waste a whole lot of fuel. We only need 59.6 meters a second out of this drone to be able to get up there. And the cool thing about delivery drones, like refueling drones or resupply drones like this one, even if I were to get up and dock to our target without enough fuel, the weight of this vessel is going to fall over time as the fertilizer and the supplies or the fuel are consumed. So this total DV that we have is just going to get better and better and better. So even if I were to cut it below our minimum, which to get up to a station, dock to it, undock from it, get back down to a safe low orbit, and then deorbit for a recovery, that all totals up to about 800 meters a second. But with this thing bloated with so many things that are going to be consumed, we could fully drive that down to like 500 or even fewer meters a second. We're going to lose probably the majority of the weight of this thing is just supplies. But everything's on target. Let's go. And hopefully it'll dock well. So this is our 3-minute warning, and this is where if I hadn't got rid of that first maneuver here to hold us target prograde, the flight computer would take over control, deactivate our SAS, and aim us all the way down at the blue mark there. But since we know that our next maneuver is all going to be just a prograde burn, we can just hold prograde and not have to worry about repositioning. And our little blue marker, by the time we execute, will be right in the middle there, or at least close enough that it won't matter. So we're going to need a larger version of this later on when we have moon stations. First we got to get the moon stations though. And we're going to have 2 different versions. We want a science version. Maybe with laboratories. I don't know, we could probably actually skip out on the science version depending on how much we get out of our probes. We might not need a science station out there, but I do want some moon hotels for tourists to go to. And this little fella can go realistically to either station, but I want this one to go to Science Station 3 first. And I forgot to look. Science Station 3 is at 525 kilometer altitude. I wanted to go to Science Station 3 first because I can't find those fucking experiments, so I'm hoping that the the little experiment storage things that we have on here can grab them from wherever they are, if they do exist somewhere on the vessel. Because even those last ones that we sent from the probe, I couldn't locate those. I don't know where the fuck they are. So I can get our separation all the way down to about 6. Without adjusting any of the rest of the maneuver node, just the placement. It's close enough, and then we'll speed up a little bit. That'll work. And once again, we want the flight computer to do that maneuver, but we don't want it to hold maneuver prograde, since we've already got SAS holding prograde. Nice transfer window there too, only 18 minutes ahead. So we'll just time warp right up to it. And looks like we have something going on with one of our science probes in about an hour and a half. We may end up having to switch off of this and go over to that. Depends on how much time it's going to take for us to dock it up. That's our 3-minute warning? Oh shit, why are we veering off now? Did I run out of power? Negative? Did just fine until our 3-minute warning. So I'll just give it a second so that I can get back on prograde. Can I time warp now? Can you hold prograde without messing it up? Does look like it's veering off a little bit. Close enough though. Hopefully we can get this whole thing docked up and installed before the next maneuver comes up. And then after that, we have a whole 3-day launch window. So I think we should go for one of our big builds today. But it's kind of up to you guys. Should we work on a long-distance interstellar science probe? Should we work on science stations? Or should we work on our moon lander? And we do have a couple of things that we could do with the rover, too. And I don't really care which one we do. I enjoy myself no matter what I'm doing in KSP. Oh, nice. Flight computer did a fantastic job on that maneuver. Still have a separation of 4.3, so let's put in a little placeholder alarm and maneuver here to circularize. And we'll just time warp up to it. We've got about 25 minutes curveball time before we get up there. I feel like this is going to be a very sluggish pain in the ass to dock up to it, but it should be pretty basic. We know that we need to approach to the south because our station was designed to point to the north, and our docking port senior for the resupply drone, this guy, is right on the bottom of it, right in the center. So that part should be easy, but it weighs a hell of a lot. It's going to be kind of sluggish on approach. Okay, there's our 3-minute warning. What the hell? Get out of the map view. How many times do I have to hit M? And we are about 36 kilometers away, so let's get rid of that maneuver node, clear the flight computer out, and reset our SAS. Make sure that our nav ball is on target, and then we'll take over control from here. So I need to figure out which side is the top. Okay, it looks like this orientation is actually almost perfect. Wow, it's actually very agile. I'm surprised. So what I'm trying to do is line it up so that the top of the vessel, which has no like marker or indication, I just need to know if I nose up with WASD, is the nose going to go up like I want it to? And then I want my camera in that same orientation. And this looks just fine. Oh, you need a partner for a heist? I can help you out there. So we're going to start to match the speed of the target. We're going to move our retrograde marker onto our anti-target marker. Make a moonlander with a rover that a robotic arm deploys. We could do that. It is a pain in the ass. Robotics are definitely a pain in the ass. Because we've got a different servo and a different setup for every joint in the whole thing. But it would be doable. So right now, I think we're going to come in below the target, but since we know that we're sideways, north is that away? I don't know. Actually, wait a minute. Am I tripping? No, we should be fine. Yeah, we should be coming in right up, right underneath it. Let's go ahead and adjust our angle a little bit. We're going to be coming in between the station and the homeworld at the moment. Lock on to retrograde, and we'll do a little bit of time warp so that we can get a bit closer to it before we do our next adjustment. Dandroid has 2 followers? Nice! Go Dandroid. See, and everybody says he's dead weight. Okay, so I can tell that our anti-target is deviating in the opposite direction. So I want to move my retrograde target in that direction. And I also want to lower our approach speed. Normally I would never move this directly over the target, but this thing is a little bit sluggish. It can spin. It spins with the combined force of all 4 of the back and all 4 of the front nozzles. But when it comes to nosing up and nosing down, it's like flying a brick. I'm gonna have to match speed and actually undo that, because we're just approaching way too fast. I was expecting to get a little bit more time warp in there, but it's not gonna be a thing. And I don't want to fly over the target, since we're looking at our retrograde and our anti-target. I do want to make sure that, this marker goes on top of our anti-target. So that little pause there was physics kicking in, and our station loading into the game proper. Okay, this should be safe. Oh, I didn't make it? Oh no, and everyone else did? Freaking Dandroid. So at the moment, unfortunately, those points don't really matter all that much. But I think starting next month, we're going to start doing a monthly giveaway. And I don't know if I'm going to clear the points out immediately. I think I might do the first giveaway and let people that have like farmed up a fuckload of points go ahead and use them. So if you guys want to use like heist and all that stuff, go for it. But I haven't really committed to whether or not we're going to wipe them out quite yet. There may be a wipe there. Probably not. We'll probably do the first giveaway with everybody's existing points, but after that, we're gonna wipe them out monthly. Streamlabs is streaming software. So have you ever heard of Slobs? SLOBS? It's Streamlabs' version of the open broadcast software. And they also make that, the bot that we're using. Bunch of different stuff. There's actually 2 different versions. Like, I don't have to have this one that I open up on my desktop. There's a cloud-based version of it so that I never have to install anything, and you can just use it through their dashboard. It's really a neat system. Oh, you've never heard of Slobs? So if you wanted to stream, there's a couple of different main like broadcasting softwares that most people use, and then there's also some more, I hate to call them like off-brand, but some less frequently used ones. Like, I can't think of the one off the top of my head right now that Lindsay uses, but I had never ever heard about it. Where the fuck is the bottom of this thing? Oh, okay, now I got an idea of where it is. So it's actually targeted, like, exactly where we want it. I'm gonna wait until we're in position, and then we'll just match speed with it. Normally I would back this thing into its parking spot, but it's gonna be a pain in the ass. So I'm gonna wait until it's right, you know, directly above us, and then we'll go and match speed and start our approach. So anyway, XSplit and OBS are kind of the 2 kings of the court right now. They're the 2 most popular ones that I know of anyway. And then there's one for Mac too that's pretty popular, but I can't think of the name of it because I don't use Macs. And then you got a bunch of other options, but there's 2 different versions of OBS. You have like OBS like standard version, I don't know, I think it's just called OBS, and then you have the Streamlabs like fork of OBS, which is essentially the same but with their own like spin on it. Why do the shucks keep going up on the dashboard? What do you mean? For now, I'm just going to point at it. I think I need to get a little bit closer before I can actually target it. And we'll go ahead and use our monopropellant nozzles to begin our approach. And I kind of need to aim at where it's going to be as well. So let's move that down. I think it's safe for us to approach a little bit faster than 1.3 meters a second. Yeah, I couldn't think of a good, like, currency name, so I just went with shucks, which are kind of like shoe bucks, I guess. How's it going, Centurion? We're delivering some food to one of our stations. How do you rotate around so smooth? I don't know, just a right click on the view. Otherwise with Q and E. And we use a mod called, what the hell is the name of it? RCS Build Aid, which lets us balance out and eliminate any additional torque from our nozzles, or at least minimize it quite a bit. And how do we want these oriented? Our additional solar panels that are part of the drone. We're getting pretty close, so I dramatically slowed our approach speed so we can make some decisions here. Should we match these solar panels up with this set, or should we go opposite? Yeah, RCS Build Aid is fucking phenomenal. It could quite possibly be rigged. You might not be wrong. Okay, let's go ahead and start approaching again. I think we'll just go opposite of the other solar panels. Although, I don't know, it depends on how far they stick out, because I definitely don't want them to interfere with anything else docking, but they might be fine. This thing's pretty fucking long. Okay, I think I can maybe set my target now. Maybe not. I'm not getting any right-click anything. Hello, I would like to target you, please. Please allow? I think it's the little indicator there blocking my fucking mouse. If I hold it off to the side, maybe I can highlight the part, because now I can definitely highlight the other parts. Maybe I have to reposition my view. Oh, what a pain in the ass feature. Why can't I click through you? Okay, this'll work. But now I've veered off course. Find a fucking lay there. Okay, let's get on target here. We're still approaching pretty slow, but I may have to slow down even more now, since I'm so close. Yeah, I think what I'll do is just match speed with the target right before I get there. Oh, I waited too long. Nope. Worked out. Okay, cool. And then I can figure out the orientation of the, solar panels. Yeah, I think it'll be fine to go opposite of the way these are. So let's pivot around a little bit. That'll also line up all of our, service bays with one another. I think that'll look okay. That ought to be pretty close. Let's transition our view a little bit higher up on the vessel. I think I'm going to try to line that handle up with that handle. Might not be perfect, but should be fairly close-ish. Even better if I was lining this one up to that one, but... how's that look? Yeah, not too bad. It's not dead on, though. Oh well, fuck it. So one of the main reasons, we didn't actually need supplies on this, but one of the main reasons I wanted to bring it up here was just the science storage cans here. And no, we're boned. All of that data that I sent over here is gone. I don't know where the fuck it is. Because if it was still anywhere on this vessel or anything connected to this vessel, I should have a collect all data. So let's see if there's anything I can do with the laboratories without having to move somebody out. Nope, there's not. Okay, so transfer crew. I'm going to move him down into the cockpit. I'm going to have him do a crew report just to verify that we're fucked. Now if I right click on this, we have collect all. And it's only pulling in the one piece of data. What a bitch! That sucks. Oh well, screw it. How disheartening, though. So now we need to do some work on the station. Actually, we need to do some work on our probes. Our probes are going to have to actually come over and dock to this thing to deliver their data. No, I don't think you can heist if you have 0 points. Well, I mean, it might let you, but I think it pays out on a multiplier, so your payout would be multiplied by 0. So there wouldn't be a whole lot of point in it. I have no idea why I lost it. So we had a science probe that had done a flyby of the moon. It was actually just beginning its flyby, so it's in high space around the moon. We ran a set of every science experiment that we have, and we tried to send it with science relay over to the station, but only 2 experiments actually showed up for some reason. I have no idea what happened. It almost had to have been losing the power, but I thought if you lost power in the middle of a transmission, it just didn't send it the rest of the way. Oh, and thank you for the follow too, Skeeter. Sorry about that. Hadn't noticed the notification. Crap. That really sucks. Because now we need a different kind of probe. Because I could send another probe out, we could just try it again and hope for the best. I also need to see if this is going to crack in now that it's so fucking long. I think I'll end up redoing this instead of being so tall, so that it has a center stack and then additional side stacks. And we'll put nose cones on it and try to make it look good. I'm nervous about any of the parts of the drone clipping together because that's the kind of shit that makes Krakens happen. Balls. Alright, well, back to the Space Center then. Nah, you can gamble them all. Why not? Till you end up with a whole lot, and then maybe it's a bad idea to go all in. What we really need to get is our gambling script. But yeah, you generate points just for watching the stream. You get a certain rate if we're actually online, and then you also get a fraction of that rate, I think about half as many points, if you're just lurking in the channel when we're not online. And then you get them for, at the moment I think it's just heists and gambling. Let's see. Oh, and I actually took the gambling out. I didn't like it. Goddamn! Dandroid has 3 million points. Dandroid has been in this stream for 2,330 hours. Somehow, Dandroid has more hours watched than I do. And Isley's in a very close 3rd place with 2 million freaking points. Jack's at 1.3. Holy shit. Yeah, we should get a top 5, shouldn't we? Misconception, Deadbeat, Galen, and then Paula is... What spot are you in? Paula's in 8th place at 1 million points. Jaso's right behind you at 995. Let me see what I got in for stuff we can do with it, though. Commands. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Get a life. You're not wrong. That is a lot of hours. I wonder who has the most viewing hours, too. I bet you it's Dom. Because that guy's in here even on my weekends, like when I'm not streaming. It's like he's got a dedicated browser for me. I don't know, I need to sort this. I have so many freaking commands in here. We should set up roll die to also pay out. And I'd like to get, Scarlet actually is a really cool slot machine one that I want to get. There's that one, and I'd like to get just a regular gamble one too. It's like a 50% payout. Yeah. I'm gonna have to sort through it later, guys. Sorry, there's too many commands. So for now, just do heists, I guess. I don't know what else I have. There's just too much shit in there. Ooh, nice. Do we have enough science to get our inflatable heat shields? Or do we say screw it and go for experimental rocketry? I don't know how to make it so that we could see other people's points. And I also don't know how to get it so that you can give points to somebody else. But I know that there's a way that we can do it. Oh man, we're gonna get the Globe 10S, the Thor 2, pretty soon. A new cryogenic engine, 2 new cryogenic engines, the Griffin Century, the Titan 5, the Merlin 1, finally getting the Vector engine too. The Buzzard's actually really good too. Yeah, there's a Thor 10S and a Thor 10L. I guess a very powerful one and an even more powerful version. Oh, nice! And we'll unlock the ability to go up to a 10-meter tank with SSTU and a 5-meter booster for the solid rocket boosters for SSTU. What is this upgrade? Oh, the modular decoupler for 10-meter. And the modular fairing as well. I haven't actually used those though. I haven't used the SSTU decoupler yet. I didn't know that it was actually balanced for, I should have known. Like, SSTU is very well balanced. But I didn't know that, that there was a limit on it, so I just haven't really been even considering it. I'm gonna have to start using them. I think I'm gonna, yeah, I think I'm gonna bank it. I don't think I'm gonna spend it quite yet. Because I'm pretty sure that we need to grab these two, and I'm still going to fall a little bit short. This one's 1,000, and this one's 374, and I only have 1159. But we might have to wait for the heat shields to go for the more powerful engines, depending on how this asteroid stuff goes. So I don't think I want to buy anything quite yet. Now, as far as the probes go, we no longer really need a different type of probe that'll re-enter. What we need is a type of probe that can dock up to our science station and transfer our data directly from the probe itself into those stations. So I think we're still going to be fine on our total DV, since the current design is fully capable of slowing down enough for a safe re-entry. I'm going to take away the heat shield. These are going to be disposable after they deliver their data, and I want to balance them out and give them the ability to dock to things. So we'll start out with the dual deployer. Just relay deployer 1, which apparently I've gone and saved over, which is kind of a dumb thing for me to have done. Yeah, I can sit in the frickin' oh, this is the wrong one. Yeah, I did that earlier too. I don't need the relay deployer. I always look at the wrong thing. I could sit in the tech tree until I memorize the damn thing, honestly. I love, even before I get going a lot of times, so that I have kind of an idea of how the day's gonna go. I'll go into the tech tree and try to get more familiar with what's coming up. Probe, that's the one. We don't want the solar version, we just want the regular version, I think. Text selection paralysis, I like that. So we have this huge lifter built for it. We're going to tear it all the way down to the most basic part of it first, and deal with that. So I'm going to open up the bay and our probidine QBE core in here. I want to, oh, actually I want to reroute to that part. Then we can just set all the rest of that aside. We're going to be focusing on this part. So thankfully it already uses monopropellant and an LV95 orbital maneuvering engine. So we don't have to really worry about adding monoprop because it's already got some in the top and in the bottom. We probably don't need some of the rest of this shit though. We definitely don't need a heat shield. Why are those out of symmetry? How odd. We don't need parachutes. We no longer need grid fins. Why are those out of symmetry? What the hell did I do here? We really don't need a long-range antenna either, because it's going to personally deliver this stuff. Actually, I think I'm going to leave the antenna, because it does look kind of cool. I think I'll put that back. And now that I've taken off all that other stuff, we need a docking port on the top of it. It's got to be a standard docking port or the equivalent from SSTU, something that's compatible with a standard docking port. And that'll just go right up on the nose of it. Still gonna want solar panels. Probably don't need the reaction wheel though, do we? And let's pull our counterweight for now. We might still need it to make this stable, but until I know for sure if I need it, I'm gonna pull it. And for now, we'll just set that over to the side, because I don't know if it's going to need to be added in again. So, solar. This being disposable and all, I'm kind of tempted to not use our nice SSTU solar panels. So I wonder if we would have enough if we went down to the 1x6 just stock panels. I wonder if that'd be enough to power it. Might be. Let's get rid of these. How much do these generate when they're fully deployed? They only generate 1.6 per second. What is this? This is our science probe. We're getting ready to go and update it to a version 2. And the deployer is going to have 2 of these up there so that we can send one off to either moon or wherever the fuck we want. Actually, we should do a triple, shouldn't we? There's no option to access the points for the other users in a command. What if we did it through a text readout? If we exported like the top 10? Yeah, I'm okay with it too. I mean, it doesn't really matter if somebody else has a shitload of points. And it does tell you if they're, you know, in the middle of gambling or anything like that. I don't think I want to reposition anything in here. So our torque, our thrust torque, and we're only concerned with non-atmospheric, is 0.21. Let's go ahead and throw the counterweight back on. This is going to be a little tricky. I think what I want to do is move it inside of this tank. Actually, maybe it's just the right size. Well, hell yeah, we don't even need to change it. We just needed to reposition it now that we don't have parachutes and all that other shit. I may have to go and fiddle with it again, though, because we do need an additional set of monopropellant nozzles on this guy. So for now, I'm just going to steal a copy of these. Previously, it didn't have the ability to dock with anything, so we didn't really need a full complement of them. So it didn't have any on the front. Okay, and let's go into RCS Build Aid. And apparently that's all it's going to take, just dialing down the power on the top one, since the bottom of this is slightly heavier than the front of it. Cool beans. That was a really easy transition from one design to the other. Let's go ahead and make sure that nothing's going to clip into one another. Wouldn't want that. Oh, and this piece of equipment doesn't need to be on here anymore, so we can just get rid of that. It's not an experiment that we can perform in an orbit. So what the hell are the other experiments, or do we have any other experiments that are similar to the orbital telescope? Because I just thought about it, and we do want a probe, some design for a probe that's only that does something similar to EVA reports from a polar orbit. So this might be a good one for us to use for that. I could have sworn that there were like 3 or 4 experiments that did it, but I know that one of them's a spy camera that I don't think I have anymore. I think that's it, actually. I do believe that is the one. That's gonna fuck up the size of the whole probe. And it's the wrong color. The Cygent? I thought that the Cygent only had 2 biomes though, a northern and a southern hemisphere. Am I wrong? Soil moisture sensor is a maybe. And that's the Cygent. But I could have swore that that one only had 2 different experiments that it can do. Collect radio data, and I think it does it in a northern hemisphere and then a southern. Whereas this one, we can perform this guy's experiment over every biome. So one shot of it over grasslands, one over mountains, one over the oceans, etc., etc. Yeah, I don't think I want to integrate those into the same thing. Not yet, just because of the size of these. But these are going to be back. We are gonna make those into a probe, and I might even put a capsule on that little shit. We might use it to have one of our curveballs actually go out to do their EVA reports at the same time. Which is kind of a pain in the ass, because a lot of our biomes are fairly small, so having multiple experiments that we're going to perform as technically 2 different vessels is a little sketch, but I think this thing is ready for the stage. Balance looks phenomenal. So, I need to get rid of this opposite one. You gotta go. I may have to... I don't know how exactly I'm gonna do this. Oh shit, and my thrust torque is off again. What did I add? Oh, I think it was when I took away that albedo of albedo of neutrons test. So now our counterweight just needs to be adjusted. Right about there. Okay, so I want to reattach that to this decoupler, I think. Pretty sure. Then I want to reroute to our little probe core in here. Did I do that right? Yeah. Okay. Then I gotta pick this guy up and enable symmetry and put it back down. But I kind of want 3 of these now. Put 3 of them up in one launch, one of them for mid-miss, one of them for the moon, and one of them for a solar orbit. So maybe we'll work on that. Okay. The game disagrees. That didn't add one, like, upside down in here or anything silly, did it? No. Okay. That's fine. We just need to go to a parent part that's further along in this. So we'll close this bay. And I want it in this orientation when I attach it. And we're just going to pop it off of here. That one can go. Now I reattach this little bitch in symmetry. Two-way symmetry. I could do it in mirrored symmetry too. I'm gonna have to reorient the bottom of the vessel because of the way that I rotated it. If I do it in mirrored symmetry, it gives us a couple more options later on for eliminating thrust torque. What the hell is going on here? There we go. Wow, I almost put that back on perfectly, but not quite. Damn near nailed it in one shot, though. Should we do 3? Let's update this shit, too. Because it's kind of a nail biter when I separate from the drop tank and it deorbits itself with its retro rockets. Let's just blow the damn thing up. I still want a couple of retros on there, so I'm looking for the smaller version. There. Just 2 of them, and just pointed directly backward. Then, additionally, I want an explosive. Only one explosive, and only attached to the center tank. I think I'm going to throw it up on the side, though, so that I know it's off at a 90-degree angle up and down. And then we'll use the rotate and move tool to kind of hide it. Boop. Let's see, does that throw off our thrust torque? And why the hell do I have thrust torque now that I've added those back in symmetry? No, it doesn't seem to affect it, so I'm gonna leave the antenna sticking out. Just because it's cool looking. Let's go ahead and relocate these guys. Because I don't want them to fry the antenna and blow that part up. Let's move them all the way up to here. Nah, I want them to pull. I want them at the very end of the tank. SQ7, thank you for the follow, man. Then I want this lower. Right about there. There we go. Might have to delete some of them after the stream. Keep a running list for me. There's no way in hell I'm gonna remember them all. But you're totally welcome to fiddle around with them. Even if we do have some odd ones in there, that's fine. You fucker. This one got all fucked up again. That was a problem that I had on a previous revamp of this. And that's almost definitely that little bit of thrust torque that I have there. Let's try this again then. If I pick you up now, come to Pappy, and then reattach you. Huh. I wonder why the opposite one is dicked. Okay, so the quick and easy solution is just to disable symmetry there, make a copy of this one, and attach it over here. Fuck it. So I'll rotate it around so that everything's fairly identical. Ooh. Actually, I want you attached in the opposite direction. And that way I can open up my primary bays and deploy the antennas too if I feel like it. Okay, so I don't know if that's the proper orientation. I thought that I had used E to pivot this around, so I just tried Q to put it back in its neutral position, but I might have fucked it up, I don't know. So we'll put it out on the launch pad. If it's in the wrong orientation, I'm gonna go and fix it right away. As far as our explosives go, this little guy now goes in with this stuff. We should still have 2 decouplers there, but this decoupler goes somewhere else. You go... Oh man, our staging is all dicked. Okay, so let's just start out at the bottom here. The engines are in the right spot, but these 2 fairings are not. And then stage 2, we'll just take out anything that doesn't belong. Stage 2 should be separation of the side boosters as well as their separation rockets, which means these engines don't go there. Then we should be separating from the main stack and firing our retro rockets on the main stack. So that all goes together, and none of that goes in here. Oh, wait, what have I done? You go there. Perfect. Then, as far as the fairings, I'm going to deploy both at once this time, I think. Oh, negative. No. The bottom ones don't need to be deployed until we separate from the main stack, so that'll be fine. Then we would activate our upper engines here. So I think that payload fairing, the top payload fairings, I believe that those go right in here. So this all looks good. That part looks good. That needs to go into its own stage. And that should be where we pop off from the drop tank in the center and separate them out into 2 individual probes. Then our final stage is everything left over after we activate the upper engines and separate from the boosters. Oh, and we can get rid of those stupid separation rockets too. Get out of here. We don't need those. We have explosives. Hey, Come here. Get out of here. You Floyd. You too. Get the fuck out of here. I'm wondering if my decouplers aren't out of whack. I shouldn't have this last 0.01 kilonewtons of thrust torque anymore. But I'm also too lazy to fix it. I think it'll be fine. So from the top, blowing up this thing, activating our engine on the final probe. That'll be the part that goes to dock with the station to deliver all of our science, and it'll also be the part that we'll just burn retrograde and deorbit these. I'm missing some solid rocket boosters. Where the hell are these? Oh, you go all the way down here. That part's fine. Why do I have... Okay, what the fuck is going on? How do I keep getting mixed up on these? I didn't pick anything up. I guess I'm just tired. That's looking good. That part looks great. That part looks fantastic. Those ought to be okay. Alright, let's go ahead and update our save. This is the SciProbe Lifter 2. I'm just going to put docking port on here too, or just docking, so that we know that this version has a docking port, because I wouldn't want to grab the wrong one later on. And let's put it out on the pad and see if it's in the right orientation. I also need to zoom in while it's on the pad and double check my fuel lines, because I totally forgot while we were in the bab. Otherwise, though, all we really did was take parts away from the final product, the final, version of the probe. So we shouldn't have to worry about adding any fuel, beefing up the engines, additional solid rocket boosters. All we did was make everything else underneath the final probe more efficient and have to do less work. Nice. Oh, wait. The format is a little off, though. On the 2. I think we need a space in between 2 and the $sign for the target name. Is it easier for you to edit it, or should I edit it? Nice. So yeah, my probe core is backwards. Let's check the fuel lines before we revert. Are you connected, fuel lines? They do not look like they're connected. Okay, revert. Back into the VAB. I just gotta flip this thing around 1080, 180, whatever. 1080, 180. Totally different things. Only 180. 1080 is excessive. Okay, cool. If it's easier, just let me know and I'll do it on the dashboard. Otherwise, have fun. Fiddle away. So first, I need to pick this up and rotate it with Q. I need to make sure that the next time I pick it up, I rotate it with Q one more time. But I have to have it in this orientation so that these fuel lines will go on properly. Perfect. Because it's just weird to feed from a center tank out to the external tanks. so it's a little fiddlier than normal. Pick that up. Q one more time. Everything else looks phenom, and that shouldn't have fucked up my staging. Looks fairly legit. Let's go ahead and update the save. Back out on the launch pad. And we do have a single deployer version of this, so what I'll do is just grab the payload, grab the probe itself, and I'll merge the file for the single deployer and just pop it on the top of it, and we should be ready to rock. Make Dandra give me all of his points? Oh my god, what would I do with all of those points? Let's see where he is. Right at the moment, as far as points go, he has 3 million. Oh my. At the moment, I have 8.6 million. Which kind of makes sense, you know, seeing as how anytime the bot's on, my my points go up, even if I'm not streaming or anything. Oh, did you already lose all yours? My god, Jaso's rich. Hold on. I was gonna give you more. I thought that... okay. You have a very fun name to type, by the way. Hey, there we go. Okay, now we have the proper spacing. Alright, probe core's in the right orientation. Let's go ahead and activate all the lights. SAS on. Throttle all the way up. Is now a good time for me to be launching this? Probably not. We have 31 minutes before we have an upcoming maneuver. Oh well. Go. Oh, I thought you were out. Whoops. Oh well, what you gonna do, right? If I only look at it from this side, it doesn't look too bad. It sure looks funny from this side, though. The other day we went and extended the size of the drop tank in the middle here, and we went with 4 boosters for the solar version of this probe. So maybe it is better that I launch the solar version of this probe as its own thing. Because the 2 that are going out to the moon need roughly 2,000 dV to get there and about 2,000 dV to come back home and circularize. So these are well balanced amongst the 2 of them. But the third one, I'd almost need to put it right in between these 2 so that it would have an extended booster to kick it out into a solar orbit and be recoverable. I want it to come back from that solar orbit too, is the problem. Oh nice, how many points does Mafu have, I wonder? Paying way less attention to the launch than I should. Wow, Matthew's got a lot of points too. Yeah, apparently you've been doing a lot of lurking though. A lot of people have. Actually, if I look at the top current currency holders, number 1 and 2 is me and my bot. Number 3 is one of my mods. Number 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9 are all lurkers. People that have subbed to me before, so I know they're like actual people. and they've talked like once. But for the most part, they just chill. Alindi, Galen, Deadbeat, Misconception, all in our top 10. Helicron, my little brother, that little shit, he never talks. But he's way up there in points too. Like over 500,000 points. Mr. Jasos at somewhere in the top 15. Fulcrum's in there. A lot of people that play Kerbal Space Program while they watch. Professional lurker at your service. And I do appreciate the lurking. Nose on down. Oh, I bet the reason that my little brother has so many points and lurks so much is probably because I think he mostly watches at work, so he probably has one of the computers in the print shop that he just leaves the stream up on. And then for the rest of the time, he's probably over at the printer. That would make sense. Because he only really seems to talk on the weekends. Like, I'm actually surprised that he hasn't stopped in yet today. Unless he might be in here right now, I have no idea. You're about 1047th place? Eh, what are you gonna do? Alright, I'm gonna go down another 10 degrees. Everything's looking phenomenal. I didn't expect any surprises with this one. It was fairly stable. It was a pretty good deployment platform. This part was a little wonky, and I think we've improved that by getting rid of the retro rockets that were on the end here, the really powerful ones, to deorbit it. We're just gonna blow the damn thing up. Wahahaha. Damn, Tim's in 800 place. Yeah, because I haven't really... So originally the idea with the points thing was if you wanted like a shout out or a follow back, or if you wanted me to tweet your stream or anything like that, then those would be things that you could redeem with points, you know? Ask a question, stuff like that. But then when it really came down to it, like, it's not like I have better shit to do. And I like following all of you guys, so if I find out that any of you guys are streamers, I just throw you a follow. And if you send me a follow on Twitter, I follow you back. And if you want a shout out for the stream, you use the shout command, like you can do it yourself. Or, you know, if you do let me know that you want an auto host or anything like that, and I'm not already auto hosting your channel, you just ask. So in the end, I kind of invalidated the entire system pretty much immediately, by not really having anything left over to offer you to redeem for points, you know? So a lot of these guys, for like a year now, haven't had anything to actually spend a point on. So we have a lot of people that are over like 500,000 points, not just 5,000. You jumped about 800 places, going up to 500. Or going up by that extra 5,000 points. Well, that would put you... Don't you have about 10,000 now? Because it gave you 5,000 twice, didn't I? But that's why I'm thinking about starting to do, like, the giveaway thing. Let's go ahead and get rid of those two top service bays. Or payload fairings, sorry. And we'll lay over horizontal. We're almost done with our heavy lifter, and we're going to circularize with the two main engines of the kickout stage for the probes, while they're still connected to one another. Yeah, we have been yellow clocking a lot, but that should be taken care of in an upcoming Copernicus update. Right now, there's just some sort of a problem with scatter in Copernicus, so while we're still within the atmosphere, we're almost guaranteed to yellow clock, even on a small vessel, unless we completely disable scatter, and I like the little trees and whatnot. So I've just left it enabled. I mean, if it were like a 15 or a 16 second yellow clock, fuck that life. But I'm okay with a little bit of yellow clocking. We've launched our fair share of 1,500 part vessels. I can live with a little bit of yellow clocking. As long as it's not excessive. Alright, last two engines. Let's go ahead and nose up. Keep working on our horizontal velocity. We already have AP at 90 kilometers and about a minute and a half away from us. Well, I don't know. Like, I haven't tried landing on the JNSQ Duna yet. We might have, we might be right neck and neck as far as skill level goes. Everything that I've done so far has been in the local system. We haven't done much of anything. That is a really nice plume, isn't it? These are the Marlin vacuum engines. They do look good. Reason real plume. There's a couple of downsides to it. I'm hoping that they were fixed in the last update, but... Oh no, we're done with GPP. We're on JNSQ, JNSQ. Unfortunately, it doesn't have as many features that we're interested in as GPP did, so we don't have Granus and Roval, the extra stars with all of their planets and moons at the moment. But I'm hoping that we can add that before we go to Phase 2. Do you remember Phase 2 of our last playthrough in GPP where we did nothing but like motherships and interstellar stuff? I'm really hoping to do that with JNSQ as well. How much fuel do we have left in this thing? Oh, a ton. Yeah, we're doing really well. Let me check our fuel flow priority. If I have it set up right, these tanks should be totally full, and they are. Good deal. I was getting a little worried. This seemed like a little bit longer of a final burn than we had to do before, but it's like fine. Oh, you've never gone interstellar? I highly recommend it. It is really impressive getting a nice close-up view of like a gas giant. Like if I were Elon Musk and had a shitload of money in my own space company, one of the first things I'd be going for is an high definition, like 4K or better set of satellites that I'd be sending out to Jupiter and their moons, just so that we could, you know, go and watch shit from out there. But unfortunately, I'm not that rich. Alright, we're damn near at orbital velocity. How we looking on fuel? Looking great on fuel. I'm gonna push AP out to about 3 minutes. Maybe. Nah, that's far enough. Let's go ahead and cut throttle. So it's stock, but everything's further away. Pretty much. Like, they've redone everything, though. Everything from the homeworld all the way down to the tiniest moon. There's 30 total bodies on it right now, but they did retain the naming scheme for the original. So, like, even though they've redone Duna, Kerbin, all the moons and everything, they did keep the names. And everything's scaled up to about 2.7, so it's all a pain in the ass to get to. I want to turn that one off, I want SAS on, and I want to hold us prograde. Yeah, Mimus looks way better in this version. Hands down. Like, that was the biggest selling point. Because at first I was like, I don't know if I'm very interested. Like, I'm more keen on multiple stars and using, like, an Alcubierre drive to go to a complete other solar system, you know? And this one, unfortunately, doesn't offer that at this time. But then when I saw Mimnus, I was like, oh, okay, fuck it, we're gonna have to try it. It's a big mint? Yeah. Not anymore. Now it looks like a coppery greenish moon in this one. Some browns and grays in there. It looks really good. Well, not really. You can make the launches take even longer, but I really don't think that Realism Overhaul is that much more difficult. But I think the part that actually adds the difficulty is the additional mods that you use to kind of make everything harder. Size-wise, though, as far as scale goes, 2.7 is a really good spot. Because you don't have to scale up any of the stock parts. The thing is, when you go to 10 scale, you can't use any of the stock parts for anything, you know? So you're just using... This tank would just be a bigger version of this tank. This engine would be a larger version of that engine. You know, that kind of a thing. The things that make it actually more difficult are like limited ignitions. That would definitely make it harder, but that's not something that you have to have the 10 scale to do. You can totally put limited ignitions into the game right now, even at this scale. Mandatory RCS, we're already using that. We can't really just use gyroscopic control to, you know, maneuver willy-nilly once we're up in space. We have to have our monopropellant nozzles. So, I don't know, as far as making it harder, it's a select few, like maybe a dozen mods that are in there that really make it more difficult. Yeah, but even then, you're just using larger tanks, larger engines. Like, your overall rocket never fits within the stock vehicle assembly bay, because you're just designing something that's also scaled up. So that's why 2.7 is a really good sweet spot, where you don't necessarily need to scale anything up from stock, but you do get the increased difficulty since you're still using stock parts. Or stock balanced parts, you know what I mean? So if you take an RSS scaled up space shuttle and put it into this game, you would have enough fuel in that space shuttle to probably go to Duna, maybe even further, you know? The launches take longer, there's a little bit more involved in it, but there's only a few mods that are in there that actually make it more difficult. And I think we're using enough of those. The other ones would be like random failure mods, even something like Kerbal Construction Time. I don't see that as something that actually adds difficulty to the game. It's just adding more time work to the game, you know? So I have no problem whatsoever, and I still really do enjoy watching RSS playthroughs, but that's why I personally don't do it for streaming. So we need to switch over to one of our probe cores, it doesn't matter which one, because I have to extend our solar panels, and now I'm worried that this one might clip into that one. So we're just going to get rid of the drop tank here real quick. And it does still have SRBs to move it away from us before it explodes. But now they're no longer big enough to actually deorbit it. We just blow it up. Oh, apparently on this probe. Extend all of our solar, same thing over here. And I want to also make sure that I'm controlling them from the right point. So I have my action group 0 just set to switch my control over to the probe inside of these. If I didn't do that before I separated, then our view would have stayed with the center stage, and we would have flown away from our two probes. Which is awkward. Okay, it looks like we're all set up. Now, are these solar panels actually sufficient? Yeah, they look okay. Yeah, I think going with the 4 cheaper single-use solar panels is going to be just fine for this more disposable design of the probe. So, let's have this one go ahead and hold prograde. I'm a little bummed that I have to send another one of these out to the moons, but oh well, what are you going to do? I could probably disable this middle set of nozzles for now, too. Wonder if I should. Because this doesn't have any monoprop. It's just kind of a waste to have an additional set of nozzles in the middle. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. It's only 4 things. I wish that I'd done that in the vehicle assembly bay, though. And we'll just have to right-click and re-enable them before we actually go to dock with any of our stations or anything. So while this one gets moved over to prograde, like so, Let's switch over to the other one and do the same thing. You start getting positioned for prograde, and I want these 4 disabled. If I can learn how to right-click on shit. There we go. Another thing that I guess just another side note, because I have no problem with RSS or realism overhauls. I just personally would rather not stream them. The time that it takes to do a fucking launch is so much longer. And that shit really adds up. Like, just the act of getting off of the fucking ground and into an orbit. You know, add... I don't know how many launches we do in one day, but take away like an hour, maybe even more, of our stream per day and just devote it to launching, you know? But it is fun, and if I do a realism overhaul, I'd probably put in like Blue Dog Design Bureau, maybe Stock-alike Station Parts expansion. I don't know. I would mainly focus on a historical playthrough where everything, you know, basically go from sounding rockets all the way through history and just replicate real life launches that we've actually done. But it would be more for the novelty of it than anything. I may be able to transfer all the way over there directly, but I doubt it. I think I'm a little bit behind on my window. Holy shit, I'm still just barely within tolerances here. And we know that we want this one to return, so I want our flyby to be on the front side of the moon. If it's on the back side of the moon, then I'll be within this moon's sphere of influence on approach, and I'm going to gain a lot of speed as I approach it. I want to be out in front of the moon as the moon comes in. I want it to affect us slightly less. I don't want to gain as much speed, so I do want to keep PE out in front. Let me see if I can just reposition, and then we'll mess with speed and angle. And the green dotted line of our next orbit after this encounter is kind of important too. So if I hit at this angle, then by the time I escape from this moon, I'm going to be at a really funky ass angle coming back. And I know that the stations that I want to dock at are right on the equator here back at the homeworld. Also very important for me to know my periapsis on this one. So that's not that bad. Might be able to do a little bit better. And then I want to work on angle. So with this flyby, if I were to go with exactly what we have right now, then I would, oh wait, let me adjust that to right about there. I wouldn't have to do any follow-up maneuvers. I would approach the moon, fly by the moon, and come back to an 88 kilometer PE where I would just circularize, and we get it all done in one shot. However, I won't be able to actually do that, because with this probe, I need to get into high space and low space. And this is going to give me a periapsis of almost 2 million. I need that to be 30. So, unfortunately, we do have a follow-up maneuver that we have to do. Let's start messing around with our angle here. And I need to change 2 of these at once, because we basically want to go diagonally. And I don't know which 2 to change, so I'm hoping that I'm picking the right things. But I don't think I am. It's going to be radial in and down, I think. No, radial in and up? Maybe not. reposition the node. So I'm mostly looking in the background for this initial setup. Once I get my angle on, then it's just a matter of how much speed to use. When I'm looking in the background, I'm trying to hold this kind of flat. Actually, what I should do is line up the orbit of the moon, and I kind of want this dotted line, the brown dotted line, to be just about as flat. I want to make sure that when I do my flyby, I maintain a very low inclination, and that'll just make it a little bit easier for us to go for our stations on return. But now I'm missing my encounter. It's out too far ahead, so I gotta move that back, and I'm definitely okay with hitting it before I reach AP. Then we have a lower overall travel time. But Mimnus is kind of moving at an angle, so I know that I have to change my inclination to counter that. Time for lunch? No problem, man. Have a great lunch. We will see you again on Wednesday, hopefully. Today's my Friday, so I'm going to be off Monday and Tuesday, hopefully playing that text-based game. But I don't know. I don't think that I've heard back yet. I don't generally check my messages while I stream unless we're having to reload the game or something boring. And somehow I screwed up submitting my initial application too. Because you go into their Discord and you have to do !application and like PM it over to the over to their chatbot, and then that just kind of cuts and pastes it into their admin channel so that they can review it and decide whether to accept your application or not. And for some reason it didn't go through, so I got a hold of one of the admin to see, just get a relative, kind of an ETA on the next time they might be going over the applications, so that I could stop paying so much attention to my Discord. And he said that they didn't get it, so he just went and cut and pasted it for me. So that probably makes me look like a fucking idiot. Can't PM my little easy peasy application to their Discord bot. Okay. Stuff in the background looks okay-ish. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Now I think all I have to do is adjust speed. No, he didn't give me a time frame, but I think it's just whenever they happen to look over there. It's probably like a, thumbs up, thumbs down kind of thing. There's relatively few developers, so, two of them think you'll kind of mesh well with the community, then you're probably in, that kind of a thing. I don't know, though. But he did tell me that he didn't have it, so he just had me cut and paste it over to him directly, and he went and put it in the channel it was supposed to go in for me. Which is very kind of him. So I don't know if I'll be able to play it on my weekend, but I'm hoping so. I think that looks really good. Now I just need to dial it in a little bit more so that we have a very close flyby. 332 is about 300 too many. Angle-wise, we're looking fan-fucking-tastic, though. There we go. Oh, we're talking about this really old text-based game called Darkness Falls. I haven't played this shit in, I'm gonna look up the sequel, because I highly doubt that I can even find screenshots of Darkness Falls, the original. The one that I played was just Darkness Falls, and it was just a PvP text-based game. There's not much to see in a screenshot of a text-based game, but this is basically the game. About 20 years ago, I played this, and I found a group that's doing a remake of it. And they're trying to use old log files and the old artwork that you got through the client side of it to reconstruct the game. How to get the editor at the bottom? That's your, I think it's called the widget. So you need the button, this one, precise maneuver the button here, and if you click on that, then you just gotta... Oh, Gizmo. Just click on Maneuver Gizmo. And then I get rid of Precise Input... Or, no, sorry. Maneuver Pager, Maneuver Presets, Next Encounter, Ejection Angles, and Orbit Info. I only use these. And you could probably even get rid of Patch Control if you wanted to make it a little bit smaller. I just tried to make it a little bit more compact. But you just go over to your button and Maneuver Gizmo, and you're good to go. So yeah, the original game was called Darkness Falls. And then there was a sequel to it where they changed it from... Oh, well, okay, so in the original game, you were the minions of the evil Lord Arnak, I think was his name. It's been a long time. I'm going totally from memory here. And so you start out as, like, skeletons, werewolves, zombies, imps, demons, necromancers. I think that's the vast majority of what they had to offer. And then the enemy, like the NPCs that you're hunting, are just everyday people. Start out hunting, like, giant spiders out in the forest and move your way up to, like, you know, small dogs and shit like that in town. And then you're harassing, like, the peasantry and then eventually the nobles. And as you move into the harder and into the more and more difficult parts of the game, you start to go up against, like, fantasy characters. Like, you'll fight giants and other things that aren't necessarily evil. They don't follow your god, but they're kind of on the other side of the problem. Or the other side of it, like, you're the problem. And then it was just a totally free-for-all PvP game, and all totally text-based. So, like, you'd have, like, a paragraph that would kind of describe the room or the setting that you were in. You would have a list of options on different directions that you know of that you can move to, and there was always hidden stuff, so you might have to use the search command to find hidden passageways or doors, or maybe like a drainage pipe that led up to the roof of a house, and then you would have a whole another area up on the roofs that you could explore and move around in. And it was really fucking fun. I really enjoyed it. I loved the thought of, like, how different that was to every other game that I had played up until that point, where you're always the good guy, you know? And in this one, you're just a bunch of a big rabble of evil shit that's leading basically an invasion on a normal, like, RPG fantasy sword in the stone type world. And they did all kinds of really cool stuff, like invasions. One of them that I can clearly remember, I killed Ichabod Crane in a Halloween invasion, and they would spawn in, like, kind of a themed set of really difficult monsters. So if you were a fairly low-level character, fairly new to the game, you just fucking hid, because you were going to get slaughtered. Very hardcore game. You'd lose all of your shit. You're never going to get it back. Everybody else would team up, and you would try to take on these things that were also invading this normal, you know, fantasy kingdom. And you would get, like, one-of-a-kind loot for it, and you know, really, really fun. So then eventually they also expanded on that idea for Darkness Falls The Crusade. And Darkness Falls The Crusade was one of the first games that had RVR combat. They kind of coined the realm versus realm combat. So if you've played Dark Age of Camelot, you've heard that before. And you've also heard of the company that made the game, Mythic Entertainment. These were the games that they started out with before they moved on to Dark Age of Camelot. So, I forgot what I was doing here. I need to feed that into the flight computer. I only had a minute to spare, too. And let's get on target. So in Darkness Falls The Crusade, there was no longer just the evil... Well, basically the entire previous game, Darkness Falls, became the evil realm. Then you also had the good realm and the realm of chaos, and they were all kind of vying against one another. Evil shit wanted evil shit to happen, good shit wanted good shit to happen, and chaos just didn't want any kind of order. They didn't, you know, they were just against the other two. And very, very similar to the Albion, is it Hyperion? Albion... Fuck, I can't remember the three different realms in Dark Age of Camelot. But still in the context of a text-based game. And the evil realm had the vast majority of the previous game, and then they went and built up a whole brand new, fresh chaos realm, where instead of, like, imps and demons, you had kobolds and trolls, lizard men rather than skeletons, Albion, Hibernia, and Midgard. Exactly. Yes. So before that, it was good, evil, and chaos. And then in So Young, when you played Dark Age of Camelot, that you didn't have the basic skills to get to the RVR stuff, you didn't miss out on much. Honestly, there was a lot of blob fighting. You basically just find your realm's blob, and everybody rolls around in a big army, and you only fight other armies. It was kind of boring, honestly. The only way to get away from that, like, I hated Dark Age of Camelot because, okay, so more backstory. So now you have these 3 realms, and they decided that they wanted to do a 3D version of it, the beginnings of the idea of Dark Age of Camelot. They didn't... I think they started out doing Darkness Falls like 3D kind of a thing, where they were going to take everything that they already had in Darkness Falls and just make it into a 3D kind of game. And then I think some point along the line, they decided to go with Norse mythology, with, oh god, Arthurian legend. So Albion is Arthurian legend, Midgard is Norse mythology, and I can't remember what Hibernia was originally, and they decided to put a different spin on it. They also needed a lot more money and a much larger development team to go from a text-based game to a 3D game. So they started to look for investors, and there came Electronic Arts. Remember back in the 90s when EA used to buy up all of your favorite games and shut them down? Yeah, same thing with Mythic Entertainment. EA bought Mythic Entertainment. They sold out to EA, and unfortunately they shut them down. I believe that they used a piece of the RNG code from Darkness Falls for something in The Sims. Just this one little tiny bit of code, and that basically made it so that they refused to actually sell Darkness Falls or Darkness Falls the Crusade off to anybody after that. Because, you know, part of that fucking source code was being utilized. And then they just went and shut the rest of it down. Eventually they shut down EA Mythic, and I don't even know if EA... Does EA still own Dark Age of Camelot? I think they shut down the original entire development team. So they're actually working on another game now called Camelot Unchained, which is going to be a much more, a much closer version of what they had originally envisioned Dark Age of Camelot to become before they sold off to EA and had to deal with the input of you know, outside influence, because EA had certain things that they wanted them to do with Dark Age of Camelot that weren't necessarily the idea of the actual developers. So Camelot Unchained, go and check that one out. Hopefully that one will be a little bit better and a lot closer to what Darkness Falls and Darkness Falls the Crusade would be. But yeah, I found a group that's doing what they're calling Project Darkness Falls, and they're trying to rebuild Darkness Falls from the log files and just memory and, you know, whatever they can. And that's what I was talking about. That's what I signed up for. But yeah, I didn't really like Dark Age of Camelot. I went over to it, and I can't remember the dungeon. What's that main dungeon? It was named after something in Darkness Falls, or it may have actually been named Darkness Falls. It's kind of a tribute to the previous game. So that was the thing where I was like, okay, you know, fuck it, if they're shutting the other two down, I might as well try the new one. Hopefully it's the same game. And by the time I got my character up to a high enough level to go into that dungeon, I was like, this is nothing at all like the same game. And I didn't like the blob warfare, so I often went and played rogue classes, which were a little bit more capable of soloing. And even that got a little bit stale for me. I don't know. I just could never really get into it. It never had anywhere near the pull that first text-based game did for me. Oh man, I'm fucking everything up. Once I get stable, I'll try to fix that with just our monopropellant nozzles. And then we'll put in our follow-up maneuver with RCS disabled. We're gonna have a fucked angle here. But I will be trying out Camelot Unchained to see what their, how that one goes. I mean, there's no harm in it, right? At worst, it costs $50. At best, I found a new favorite game, but I don't know. Maybe. I'm really nervous about going any lower than like 20 kilometers, so even 22 sounds a little risky for me. But we're gonna do a follow-up maneuver later on. I think that that's close enough that we ought to be just fine until we get to within the sphere of influence of Minmus. So somewhere right over here, we're gonna actually have 2 maneuvers that we're gonna put into the flight computer. Somewhere all the way over here, I want to adjust that so that we're gonna exit into a more equatorial return. So once again, I'm trying to flatten out the orbit of the moon, and then I'm adjusting our purple dot orbit there to kind of match it. So that should work for that part, and then I need to adjust our altitude. Only by a little bit, and I can do that with speed. Never the biggest fan of any of those MMO games. Yeah, I haven't really found any other ones that I liked other than EVE Online. And, I don't know, I could probably get back into EVE Online if I really tried. Am I looking at the wrong thing here? Hold on. Nope, we're looking good. I don't know, when you grew up playing a game that was so hardcore where you can, if you died too many times and you didn't have enough money to go to the healer on that character and restore your constitution stat, your character was deleted. Even if you had played that one single character for the last 2 years, you could literally lose it if it pissed somebody off and got into the wrong fucking fight. And then going around to play other MMO games where you die and it doesn't matter. You don't even lose your gear or anything. Okay, what did I do? I don't know, I just couldn't sink my teeth into it. So EVE Online was the next closest one that I found that kept my interest at all. Actually, what I should be using is probably these. Because I think that'll maintain my current PE. Oh yeah, perfect. So I gotta zoom back out and line up with... Oh, uh-oh. I'm taking too long. I have other maneuvers coming up. Now I gotta line the purple one up with the others. Okay, double check my projected periaps. Perfect, 22. That ought to do. So it's going to be quite a while. This says 15 days of travel time, but as long as we have that in the flight computer, we ought to be just fine. One other thing, I only have 3 minutes to switch over to the ship, and I don't want to miss it, so we're going to go kind of quick here. Deploy primary bays, activate our long-range antenna, and I want that pointed backward and targeting the homeward. You target Kerbin. And then we'll put in the following maneuver when we get there. We should still have line of sight with the homeworld, and if we don't, we should regain line of sight with the homeworld before we actually get into any trouble. So let's jump over to this other one. This is our science probe. One of our science probes. Have a good night, H4. But I won't see you until Wednesday, because I'm off Monday and Tuesday. But then again, I might see you around on Twitch. And if you ever need anything, or just want to chat, you guys are always welcome to get a hold of me on Discord, too. Because I've pretty much always got Discord up. Especially if you can lose your entire shit if you get griefed by other players. Yeah, totally. And in a game like Darkness Falls, where a lot of the things that they did, like those invasions, were actually run by real people, spawning things in and kind of doing an Overwatch kind of thing, like a Dungeon Master kind of thing in D&D. A lot of the gear that you would get in that game was one of a kind, irreplaceable. there were many a time in the years that I played it where I lost so much gear that I just deleted the character and started over. Because I wasn't going to be able to replace it, and at that level, it would be harder for me to get the gear back, or an appropriate replacement gear back, than it would be to just start out from the beginning and work my way back up. Alright, so this little guy is just about to do its circularization maneuver, and I see that we're under local control, but we shouldn't be. Something is not right. Well, we do have an active connection. Thankfully, one of our satellites that's already out here does have line of sight with the homeworld and is bouncing a signal over. So I think I'm going to cancel this maneuver, because there's no real reason for us to circularize. It's just kind of a waste if we have an active connection. But if we didn't have an active connection, then we have to do it. So let's not have the flight computer do that. And we are currently in space low. So we do want to execute all of our experiments real quick. Well, it definitely made it feel like I could never find a good replacement. But yeah, like a lot of your character in that game was tied to the equipment that you had. Oh, did I do that wrong? I did that wrong. I can't remember the fucking action groups. So let me deploy those again. We'll run all the experiments. Hey, what's up, Jupiterian? Good to see you again, sir. Wait a minute. Maybe it did run them properly, but I'm missing one experiment. I should have 14. I'm just double checking these to make sure that they all went through. It doesn't really matter if they all go through, but I do want to try to transmit all of this data over to the science station again, even though last time it was fucked. I gotta move this out of the way. Out of electric charge, okay. That's fine. Just send it slowly, you know? We're doing pretty good. Today's my Friday, so I'm looking forward to having a couple cold ones tonight and staying up late watching movies. Threatening Deb with changing her mods in Skyrim. It's gonna be a fun weekend. And then tomorrow won't be as fun. I gotta shave a very angry kitty. He just put his ears back when I said that. You don't want to shave? And a bath? And your toenails clipped? Why are you looking at me like that? He's like, I will fucking eat you, human. Oh no, did we just get out of sunlight? Oh, this is great. Right in the middle of a fucking transmission. And we're out of power. We do have a capacitor on this. And it's got quite a bit of megajoules left in its storage. I wonder if I shouldn't just up the power on that. Oh no! It was using our Omni antenna. That might be why I lost it. I often do wonder if he understands English. I think he might. I think he knows more than he should. So once we get back out over here, I do want to go and adjust our re-entry, or do I? Wait a minute. Do we still have an explosive on this thing? Maybe I'll just blow it the fuck up, because we don't need it. Or smash it into the moon. Maybe I should have circularized. Ah, nice. I do have an explosive. Let's just blow it up. Why not, right? I don't know if it's actually going to blow it all up properly, though, so let's make a quick save first. Because typically you want it at the very end of the vessel. You want it to be the very last part to be blown up. So technically I would have needed that to be attached to the bottom of the heat shield for this to work right. But its work is done. So I made a quick save. Let's see if this works. If it leaves debris, I'll just reload it and we'll get rid of it a different way. You don't know what to get to eat? Are you feeling up for Sonic? I'm feeling Sonic. Wouldn't mind some Arby's. I wouldn't even mind a burger. I really don't care what we eat, honestly. But I never do. Alright, no. I don't see any debris. Sweet. I do want beer. Lots of beer. Yeah, I like the explosions too. Right now I'm just waiting for the game to update. It should give me a message that says vessel destroyed, and then we should be able to switch off and get out of here. Oh, I love the fireworks. Faux show. I didn't actually start to use those until we started to do these like monstrous interstellar rockets, and I couldn't figure out any way to get rid of the spent stages and not leave debris. And as soon as I started using them, totally fell in love with them. Okay. Hello? Give me my fucking flight finish thingy thing. There we go. Vessel is destroyed. Okay. Now, I expected a window to come up here and ask me where I want to go next, but I guess it's not gonna. I can't see anything, so I don't think my camera is still on any debris. Shouldn't be anything left over. Let's hope for the best and go to... Actually, I wonder if I can switch just from the map view instead of having to go into the tracking center again. I want to go over to that research station and see if we successfully got any data. Then I gotta go over to that second probe. We already have one on its... well, getting ready to head on its way out to Minmus. And I need to get one on its way over to the moon. The Mun. Shit. Since I don't have any vessel left over, it's not letting me select the freaking target. Okay, let's just jump over to something else. Then we should be able to do it. My brew of choice? I don't know. I got about half a dozen wheat beers that I mean, any of them will do. My absolute favorite beer, by far and away, I can't get anymore. It was a beer called Mothership Wit, made by the New Belgium Brewery in Fort Collins, Colorado. But unfortunately, they stopped making it. And it was just like any other wheat beer, but it had a lot of spices in it. It tasted really, really good. Linnenkugel's Summer Wheat. Even Budweiser Wheat. I like that one, too. Blue Moon, Shock Top, any of those. Any kind of wheat beer. Outside of that, I usually just drink basic old shitty rice beer, like Miller High Life. I really don't care outside of a wheat beer. I don't particularly like alcohol, but for some reason I really, really like wheat beers. We'll see if we can switch back over. I also like scotch a little bit, but if I had to choose between scotch or a wheat beer, I would go wheat beer. So, kind of a basic bitch that way. And if all I had was vodka or tequila, you come and visit me in 2 years, I would still have that vodka or tequila. I do like tequila a little bit more than, like, that one's up there with whiskey. But, I don't know, it's just something to have a sip of while I have a beer, you know? Fan of almost all New Belgiums? Yeah, it's a really good brewery. I used to work for FedEx in Fort Collins, and I was only, I think, 18 or 19, one or the other, at the time. But since I was their FedEx driver, they would hook me up with sample cases of beer. And they never carded me. So I always got all excited when I would get a package for New Belgium. It was kind of a pain in the ass. Not as big of a pain in the ass as Budweiser, though. The delivery area for Budweiser it takes forever to get there, so it just adds, like, you're paid by the package, not by the hour. So it just adds onto your day. But you do get to see, they have those big old horses. Can't remember what the hell they're called. They have a corral for all the horses that's on the way to the delivery docks. So that part was kind of cool when you had to go to Budweiser. But I always liked New Belgium more, because they give you a little tour. They'd pop open a beer and hand it to you. And it's like, I'm your FedEx driver. Like, I'm literally getting back on the road right now. And I'm also underage. But I never mentioned that part, because then I would just go and hide the cases of beer in my FedEx truck and do the rest of my deliveries. Or if I had to go to the other side of town, because the hub that you load up at is really just down the street from New Belgium. So if I had any deliveries to do on the opposite side of it, I would go over and deliver to New Belgium as soon as they opened in the morning. As soon as the delivery docks open, I would get the beer, and then I would go over, to my car and drop my stuff off in my car over at the hub. It's really the highlight of my week. I had no other way to get beer at that age. It was quite depressing. And that would, honestly, those little sampler boxes, they had like 4 of, I think, like 6 different kinds of beer. It was 20 cases of, I think, 24 altogether. So you got like 4 of, like 4 cherry beers, 4 1854. It's a light, like, colored beer, but it tastes like a Guinness, like a real dark beer, almost like a coffee. But you get like a variety of beers in every one of them, and that's how I found out that I like wheat beer. And also how I found out that I don't like sugary alcohol, because that shit gave me a headache. And it's still, to this day, sweet alcohols give me a hell of a headache. So if I do ever have sweet alcohol, it's usually like a liqueur, and I'll have like a sip of it if it tastes good. Or schnapps. I like schnapps. Peppermint schnapps. I really am a cheap date when it comes to alcohol. Shit, I don't think I got any of those experiments. Let's go and open up our new bay that we put down here. And see if there's anything to collect. That is the wrong hole. Close that one. I want this one. That Czech beer was pretty good. I don't know. I've tried a hell of a lot of things growing up, and the only one that really stuck with me, because I don't particularly enjoy alcohol all that much, is the frickin' wheat beer. And in lieu of wheat beer, I drink regular beer. So like tonight, Deb's gonna pick up, if not maybe a 12-pack of wheat beer if I'd been a good boy. She'll go and pick up some, just some Miller High Life, or, the Bud Light or any kind of like rice beer, because at that point it's all piss water. I don't give a shit. Nope, I don't see him. So that probe did nothing for us. Oh, is it? Czech beer is pretty good, huh? Heading on out? Okay, no problem, man. You have a great night. Unfortunately, we got fucked. Our probe did nothing. I don't have any experiments that were successfully sent over to this. And I still don't know why for sure. I'm assuming that it's because we ran out of power. The weirdest thing is that the last probe, 2 of its experiments were successfully sent over to it, but none of the rest were. So that's a little odd. And for some reason it kind of looks like this is at an angle to me. Am I tripping? Does it not look like this is, like, off to the side? Are all of them like that? Huh, I wonder if physics didn't kick in quite right on that one. No, that one looks like it's off to the side a little bit, too. That one looks like it lines up just right. I'll have to check the save file later. Maybe I fucked up on that one when I put it on. It would be this part or this part, somehow. Look at that. Look at our little handles there. It is fucked up. So these handles match up just fine, but this one is a little bit higher than this one. somehow I have a bit of a rotation on this part. Frick. Chemnitz? I have never heard of Brat Schnapps. Are we talking B-R-O-T? Is that the same as, like, bratwurst? Or is it a... Oh, okay, it's like a bread-flavored schnapps. Interesting. I would have never thought of it. I want to check on that. I'm curious. I'm not going to relaunch the fucking station because of it, but... We're coming to a close here anyway. Dib's about to pull into the driveway any second now. So before I forget, since it's my weekend, I just want to see if I screwed up on the actual creation of it, or if somehow it's some sort of problem, like not quite a Kraken problem, but almost a Kraken problem. I think somehow I ended up putting a rotation on that, though. And I have no idea how I would have done that. I'm surprised that I noticed it, honestly. It's like 1 degree off on both of those arms. And then what are we going to do on Monday? Well, my Monday. Your guys' Wednesday. We should build our new deep space telescope. We're going to get a couple of photos off of this one, and then we can use our new deep space telescope to fly by Minimus. So let's add that to our list of stuff to do on Wednesday. And we really gotta start... Well, I don't know, like, I'm so conflicted right now. We need so many science points. You know what I mean? We need a shitload of science points because we have 3 very important things that we want to unlock right now. But we also really need to start messing around with those asteroids. Because we're down to like 3 weeks in game before the first asteroid that's supposed to collide with Kerbin is within our SOI, and I don't want to start working on it that close to the project. What I really want to do is figure out a way to target them so that I can get a projection of its entry angle, and I would like to time the launch of a vessel so that it will be there right when that fucking thing gets into our sphere of influence. That way, if I fail, I've still got the travel time from the edge of our SOI until it approaches to, you know, come up with a backup plan. Because I've never messed around with asteroids, and the ones in JNSQ are all beefed up. They're like super asteroids. I think this is the station that I want to look at. Oh, actually, I think she's already in town. Usually she shows up about 15 minutes ago, somewhere in there. So we're going a little bit later than we normally would. But I'm okay with that. No complaints from me. I did just accidentally smudge my damn glasses, though. Frickin' things. I really like these glasses, but they don't quite fit on my nose right. I need to go up to the, where the hell you call the store that you buy glasses at and have them adjust the nose piece a little bit. Because I went to adjust them upward. And I got my fingerprints on them. Reload the fucking station, please. Just load it. Thank you. Just gotta ask nicely, I guess. I'm gonna start with the handles here. Weird. This is an exact copy of that. And it's not off at an angle here. So it must have been the way that physics kicked in. For some reason, this part shifted over a little bit before it connected. When it was, when we were approaching it or something. Huh. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better, because I do try to maintain symmetry as well as I possibly can when I'm doing a new build. But what a pain in the ass. And then outside of that, I think we'll focus on science first, then when it's within about 7 days, we're going to drop everything and we're going to focus on big builds, heavy-duty equipment that can either divert or capture those incoming asteroids. Shifting the parts is how the Kraken started on the University Station. I agree. The weird thing, though, is normally they would still connect relatively in the same position, but they would be off at a bit of an angle. So, like, when physics loaded in, we would have something like this. And then the parts colliding with one another and now clipping into one another when physics totally kicked in is usually the point where it krakens. I've never had one just do a subtle change like that where it just, you know, and it was small too. It was like that off. And it was equal. This one was as off as this one was. So weird. Alright, don't save that. Let's go and find somebody to throw a host to. What do you say? Who should we hang out with tonight? Who do you want to hang out with, Paula? You never throw out a suggestion. Anybody in particular? Or are you calling it a night? Well, we do have Rocketology on. That guy is awesome. So far this week, we've gone to visit one of our stream team compatriots. Went over to see Mr. Car 6, also a member of the Happy Camper stream team. We did catch a little bit of pro gaming earlier on in the week. How about today we go say hi to somebody who's playing some Kerbal Space Program? Let's go say hi to Dumbaratu. I haven't talked to Dumbaratu in forever. Dumbaratu is one of the main developers of the Kerbal Operating System mod. And a very fun guy to stream, to watch stream. Last time I hung out with him, actually, he was drinking, and he was going off about, like, it was hot as shit. This is a long time ago. This is like over a year ago. He was going off about like the guy who invented air conditioning and all this other stuff that was totally fun while he coded shit, inebriated in Kerbal Operating System and successfully carried out launches. It was a lot of fun. So we're going to say hi to Mr. Dumbaratu. I'm going to do a couple of shouts for him. And that'll give you a direct link that you can just click on and go right over to him with. And then I'm going to throw him a host. You guys have a great night. I hope that you had a fantastic weekend. I'm going to start my weekend right now. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do, unless I got in on that game, and then I know exactly what I'm going to do. But, yeah, I'll be off on Monday, tomorrow, Tuesday the day after, and I'll be back on Wednesday if everything goes well. Absolutely, Paula. I'll tell her that you said hi. You guys all have a fantastic night, and I will see you over in Dumbaratu's. Night, guys.
Oh man, I just got a big host.